Buenos días, good morning. Esto es una prueba. ¿Nos escuchan allá en el Zoom? Buenos días.
Saludos, Cristina, se escucha muy bien.
Gracias. Te escuchamos bien también. Buen día.
Buenos días, se escucha bien, Cristina.
Gracias, Kiara. Buenos días, esta es una prueba para el intérprete. You're testing. Good morning, Guillermo.
So good morning, everyone. The continuation of the 187 Caribbean Fisheries Management Council meeting. We're gonna do a quick roll call. I'm gonna start on my left with Christina Olan.
Good morning, Cristina Olan, Council Staff.
Buenos días, Leja Rivera García, Council Staff.
Graciela García Moliner, Council Staff.
Roberto Sabater, Director.
Sinai Haptis, DPNR, designee for Commissioner Oriole, Council Member, and EBFM TAP Chair.
Good morning, Ricardo López, Puerto Rico DNR, Council Member.
Good morning, Vanessa Ramirez, Vice Chair.
Carlos Pachetti, Council Chair.
Sam Ralph, Deputy Director, National Marine Fisheries Service.
Miguel Rolón, Council Staff.
Good morning, Diana Martino, Council Staff.
Ann Kirsting, NOAA GC Southeast.
Maria Lopez, NOAA Fisheries.
Sarah Stevenson, NOAA Fisheries.
Good morning, James Butler, U.S. Coast Guard.
Good morning, Miguel Borges, NOAA Office of Law Enforcement.
Maureen Trinka, NOAA Fisheries Headquarters.
Good morning, Tony Blanchard, USVI DAP.
Good morning, Kevin McCarthy, Southeast Fisheries Science Center.
Good morning, everyone. Nelson Crespo, the AP Chair, Puerto Rico.
Morning, everyone. Julia McGrath, DAP Chair, St. Thomas, St. John.
Vance Vicente, Scientific and Statistical Committee.
Gerson Martinez, St. Croix, Staff Chair.
Good morning, Janet Ramos Garcia, Outreach and Education Advisory Panel Chair.
Good morning, Andy Strelchek, NOAA Fisheries.
Good morning, Maria Irizarry, Council Staff.
Good morning, Daniel Matos Caraballo, Puerto Rico Department of Natural and Environmental Resources.
Rich Appledorn, SSA.
Good morning, Wilson Santiago, Puerto Rico Fishery Liaison.
Good morning, James Craiglow, Commercial Fisher, St. Thomas, St. John.
Sí, buenos días, Marta Prada, AIRA Coordinator.
Good morning, Leandri de la Cruz, St. Croix Fisheries Liaison.
Good morning, Joshua Cattell, St. Thomas, St. John, DAP member.
Good morning, Helena Antoon, Protected Resources Division, NOAA Fisheries.
Okay, thank you. First on the agenda is the Southeast Fisheries Science Center updates. Kevin McCarthy.
Mr. Chair, I'm having some issues with internet connection and I'm trying to download the presentation, but I'm still trying.
Okay, and I also forgot, do you also mention the people that are on chat online?
No, I have to read their names. We have online Mandy. Let me open the list, please. We have Carissa Herbasi, Grisel Rodriguez Ferrer, Heather Blow, Kate Sanboni, Mandy Karnaukas, I'm sorry, Mick Walsh, Nicole Gree, Rachel Banton, Rafik Orun, Shirley Lede, and Carmen Kerrard, and Virginia Sherbet. And Jesus Rivera Hernandez. Sí, ahora.
Okay, Kevin, it's all yours.
All right, thank you. Kevin McCarthy, Southeast Fisheries Science Center. Good morning, everybody. I do unfortunately have to start with some concern about the errors that the council and the council staff has made. You've both given me 45 minutes to speak and you let me start first thing in the morning. So buckle up. Next slide, please. Okay, so brief topics. I'm going to go through the stock assessment updates. These will be quick. CDARS 84, 91, and then 103. Something that I do need input from the council on are the CDAR 103 terms of reference. So we'll need to have some, a thumbs up, thumbs down kind of thing. And, if you all have edits or suggestions or anything like that, by all means, let's get those noted. Then we'll go through some social science projects that the center is doing, some strategic planning progress, update report, data and analytical improvements update, and collaborative projects with the U.S. Caribbean partners. Next slide. So a couple things. You've seen this slide before, or versions of it. This is the Caribbean Fisheries Branch. Since I'm giving the presentation, I get to be biased towards my own group. So you get to see everybody's face there. You'll note we do work with the strategic planning, the data collection. This is often in collaboration with regional partners and local fishers. We do a bunch of data analysis and provisioning, and we do stock assessments for the region. You will note that unfortunately, Matt Damiano has elected to leave federal service, which is a great loss to us, but it is the state of North Carolina's gain. But we do have Derek Soto, the snazzy photo there with the hat and sunglasses. And Derek, some of you may know him. He's worked with us on various projects here in Puerto Rico. He's still located in Puerto Rico, and his job will be to help coordinate the many fishery independent surveys that are happening in the region. He'll do some other stuff too, but this is a primary job. And he, he's not going to go in and tell people what to do, but often there are parallel efforts that are unaware of one another, or they could share resources, or that we could some way make things more efficient and get more bang for the buck in these days of limited funding. I think that's a good thing. Pretty much everybody else you all have seen and met before. Next slide, please. So let's start with the assessment updates. Next slide. And first with CDR 84. So the assessment workshop reports, that's the part where we talk about the modeling. Those have been released to the public. If you go to the CDR website there, cdarweb.org, you can find those. They're available now. We went through the review workshop. A few folks in the room were participants in that. Vance, in fact, was the chair of that committee. So there was a combination of CIE and SSC reviewers. That workshop has been completed. It was back in July. The review reports are being prepared by the CIE and SSC combined panel. Also, the individual CIE reviewers will also provide their own reports. And as a result of that workshop, a number of additional analyses were recommended. They were done at the workshop. And so that's what that addenda added to the AW report means. So if you look at those assessment workshop reports, you will see some additional analyses tacked on to the end that were done as a result of the workshop. In addition to that, there were other model runs that were recommended by the panel, and those will be explored before SSC review. That's sort of the way this process works. Anything that was done during the workshop gets added to the assessment workshop reports as an addendum. But any other additional guidance we would do between now and the SSC reports. So I think we've talked about this a little bit. What we're thinking now and what I'm proposing is that this assessment be reviewed at the November SSC meeting. So that'll be 3 assessments. Yellowtail snapper, Puerto Rico, yellowtail snapper, St. Thomas, St. John, stoplight parrotfish, and St. Croix. And if we follow true to pattern after that SSC review, the SSC will present the results and their recommendations to the council in December. Next slide. So CDR 91, the assessment workshop reports have been reviewed by the panel. I'm doing the final edits with Matt Damiano, who's been kind enough to continue to do that work. But once these assessment reports are done, Adian will take over for the remainder of presenting those results. We've talked a little bit about 91. The recommendation right now is for a review of the Virgin Islands assessment to happen September 23rd to 25th and present those results well, the SSC will present the results to the council in December, as well as the CDR 84 results. So there'll be a lot of stuff for the council to consider. That'll be 5 assessments. That's a lot. And we will be working on, as I noted, with our colleagues at DRNA to build an index of abundance that can inform the Puerto Rico assessment. So that is a work in progress. So a lot of things were said about CDR 91 yesterday, and I feel compelled to respond. Due to the agenda, I was not able to respond yesterday. So let's be clear. It is the policy and the practice of the Caribbean Fisheries Branch and the Southeast Fisheries Science Center to welcome peer review of everything we do. It is a fundamental part of the CDR process. I started in CDR 4. This is now we're talking about CDR 103. Luckily, I wasn't involved in all 99 of those, but I've been doing this a long time. It's always been part of the process, and it remains part of the process, and we welcome it. So let's make no mistake about that. As far as 91 and the CIE review, full disclosure, I happened to be out of the country when those decisions were being made. However, I was asked, is there a fundamental change in this assessment versus CDR 57 and CDR the 57 update? And in fact, it is not fundamentally changed. So as it is essentially an update, it is not common practice to have a CIE review of an update assessment. Now, what I will also say is at the Science Center's initiative, we are going back and re-looking at a decision by the data workshop panel, and several people in this room were part of that panel. And that panel have decided we're not going to go forward with the DRNA CPUE series. The Science Center has reconsidered that, and we're now working with our colleagues from DRNA to have another look at that, see if how we can incorporate those data, and it may be a fundamental data input to that assessment. The council is welcome to ask further about why that CIE was canceled. My understanding, and Andy and council staff can correct me if I'm wrong, I think at that time there were some real concerns and real difficulties with getting contracts in place. I wasn't around when that was happening. I was out of the country. My part of it was, is this a fundamental change? My answer was no. It will now be a fundamental change because we're about to incorporate a new data stream. So how we want to handle that is open for discussion. If we have concerns about the SSC, and I think I heard some yesterday about being independent and competent to make these reviews, if that's a problem, we've got a bigger problem than CDR 91. Anyway, enough of that. Let's move on to the next slide, please. So let's talk about 103, and here's where I need some council input. Next slide. So just to go over the goals, we're going to review options for alternative approaches for providing scientific advice to you all, to the managers. And the approaches are likely to differ among species or species groups. So there's not going to be a one size fits all. People are coming in with a lot of different options and things they've been working on. And I don't think there's not going to be a single answer. But what we want to have is an analytical approach that is recommended for every managed species in the region. So that's my goal coming out of this. And we currently have the organizing committee that put these terms of reference together, or we had council staff, we had SSC, we had Science Center, we had people from CMIS, and we had the CDR staff as well. Next slide. So here we're going to dive into the terms of reference. Next slide. So this is broken up into 2 sections. This is CDR 103 is going to be a bit different than our standard approach to a stock assessment. It's kind of following the same general format, but it's going to differ in some significant ways. So the first part we're calling the methods development, and that will go through the terms of reference there. And then we're going to have an application of those methods. And I think that'll become clear as we go through the terms of reference. So the workshop's going to begin with a scoping webinar October 7th. These are all going to be public meetings, but it will be a webinar. And then we'll have so they'll be noticed in the Federal Register and all of that. Then there'll be an in-person workshop on April 27th to May 1st. Between that October meeting and the April meeting, we will have another series of webinars, again, public meetings. But we're going to dig into the kinds of work that people are doing, and see if we can come up with some recommendations for how we do stock assessments and or other approaches to provide management advice. We haven't worked out the entire timeline, so when this report will be done is not yet clear. It will be a slightly different timeline than you would normally see as, say, a data workshop report. But anyway, we want to have everything wrapped up by the end of the year. Next slide. So here's the terms of reference. The first one is, and you've heard about this before, review the Science Center data triage efforts for the U.S. Caribbean species and determine what types of alternative methods may be feasible for implementation. So we're gonna dig down into the available data, the kinds of really thorough review that my group is doing right now. Next slide. So we'll take that and then we'll examine some non-traditional approaches to single species assessments to provide information for consideration and management. Additionally, we'll consider novel ecosystem-based fishery management approaches that have not been applied in the U.S. Caribbean. Approaches to be evaluated might include, but not be limited to, ecosystem reference points, ecosystem productivity or biodiversity approaches, portfolio approach, and empirical management procedures. Next slide. For the species listed in the island-based FMPs, we're going to provide recommendations for specific analytical procedures for developing management advice that will meet legal mandates when using tools that are alternative or complementary to conventional stock assessment. So the point here is we don't want to just talk about theoretical things we could do. We want to provide useful information for you all to manage the fisheries. Next slide. We'll also be providing research recommendations to advance development and implementation of other methods and necessary data collection that could be most easily applied in the U.S. Caribbean, for example, or in other words, tools that are alternative or complementary to conventional stock assessments. So we may find as we go along, hey, if we had one more piece of data, there might be another analysis we could do. We can't do it now, so we want to bring those out and leave them as research recommendations. And then we'll prepare a report documenting the methods and analyses reviewed and the recommendations made by the panel. So that's the terms of reference for the first part. So I want to pause here. If there are questions, concerns, edits for this first part, because we're going to dive into the next phase.
Andy?
Yeah, thanks, Kevin. Can we go back a slide? And I guess it's maybe 2 slides back, but this, you can leave it on this one. So Kevin, first question, I would assume one of the outcomes could be that you don't, or you can't come up with an analytical method, or there's going to be so much with limitation of the data that we may not be able to actually establish an analytical method. Is that correct?
That's right. So what the main goal is, and I don't think I said it very well earlier, is 95% of our species are tier 4. So that's based primarily on some benchmark years of landings and some expert opinion. And I think we can do better than that. I think we can inform those a little bit better. So we've got 10, 12 years of an ACL. Even if we used a very basic data limited approach, what does that tell us about where that ACL is? You know, do we have an index of abundance that says, hey, you know what, everything's okay, that ACL looks pretty good? Or is there size comp information that suggests, yeah, maybe we want to rethink that ACL, whether it's up or down? So this isn't necessarily going to take those tier 4 species and move them up into tier 3, but it may better inform them where they sit at tier 4, or at least give us some confidence. And you're right, Andy, there may be some that, you know, we can't do anything with. And so that's where some ecosystem approaches might come in to kind of scoop those species up and provide some advice in that way.
All right, thanks for that. And then you and I have talked briefly about this, but one of the concerns I have is not only developing the management advice, but us being able to actually implement and monitor and execute on that management advice. So is that part of the terms of reference as well that you haven't gotten to, or is that a component of maybe this one that we should further flesh out?
I think maybe we need to flesh that out because I don't think it's the group that's going to be assembled for this. And we're working on the list of people who ought to be involved or who we think ought to be involved. Is not going to be a bunch of managers. It's going to be a bunch of analytical types. But I do think that we need to figure out as a region, how do we use this information in management? So not only do we want to provide you the information you need, but then what do you do? What are your decision tools going to be? So I do think that should happen in parallel or pick up at some stage of this process.
And then just maybe one suggestion then could be to modify this to say for developing, implementing, and monitoring management advice. Would that be sufficient?
Yeah, I don't know if we have a way to copy this and add those words on a different slide. I mean, what you're looking at here is a PDF.
Okay. Well, we can come back to a motion maybe later or something that documents that. Thanks.
Okay. Any other questions or comments about this first part? If not, we can move on to the next phase. Yep, this one. Okay, so now after the workshop, the in-person workshop in April, we'll move on to this methods application. So we've made some decisions about which species we want to try with different kinds of analyses. So the terms of reference here are apply approaches recommended at the model development workshop to some or all of the species listed in the island-based FMPs. We're using some or all because, as Andy noted, there may be a few that we don't really have any data that we can do much with them. So we didn't want to say all of the species. We wanted to make sure that we didn't fail to meet a term of reference if the data just are insufficient for something. But I'm pretty optimistic we're going to be able to wrap up most of the species in one way or another. Second term is review and recommend analytical approaches to ensure that the results are scientifically sound. And following the review and consent of the SSC, will provide information useful for management advice. I keep harping on this because I'm very insistent that what we do, that what comes out of this is going to be useful and not an academic exercise. Next slide. Provide recommendations to guide future CDAR assessments in the U.S. Caribbean, and provide recommendations to further the development of analytical methods and necessary data collection that could be most easily applied to the U.S. Caribbean. In other words, tools that are alternative or complementary to conventional stock assessment. This looks very like a tour that was in the first section, only this is focused on the analytical methods and what necessary data may be. Of the ones that we tried, are there additional recommendations? Next slide. And finally, we're going to write a report because that's one of the things that CDAR does. And we want to document this. So prepare a report documenting the application of recommended approaches to species listed in the island-based FMPs, evaluate and discuss the strengths and weaknesses of the methods used given the available data. So those are all the terms of reference. I'm happy to adjust them as this group thinks would be helpful. And we could come back at the end of this presentation and tinker with it if that's what you'd like to do. We could put up a different slide that we can edit, however you want to approach it. Just keep going. Oh, and we'll come back. All right, next slide, please. So let's talk about some of the work that the Science Center is doing, and much of it is in collaboration with our partners down here. So I think you've all heard about the Oral History Project that Brent Stoffel now I'm blanking on names. Sorry about that, Susanna. Susanna Blake are working on. So I think Brent presented the last council meeting. So the next round is to do oral histories interviews in St. Croix. That'll happen in September. Suzanne will then come down to Puerto Rico. I don't think the dates are set for that, but it'll be sometime this year to collect additional oral histories. The St. Thomas oral histories are now in what's called the Voices database. and I can get you a link to that if you're interested. And also some existing Puerto Rico histories will be added to that Voices database. The team is writing a paper that discusses the use of oral histories as a means that should be of and not if of incorporating local ecological knowledge into fisheries management. They're examining perceived and experienced changes in the marine environment, particularly regarding the sargassum inundations. And they're interviewing St. Croix fishermen in September, not only for the oral histories, but also to get the history of lobster fishing in St. Croix. Next slide. So there have also been some workshops involving stakeholders discussing queen conch and spiny lobster, looking to identify the main environmental and socioeconomic factors affecting lobster and conch fisheries, looking to understand changes in the ecology, biology, economy, and commerce of lobster and conch, understanding the annual fishing practices and routines and reliance on other species throughout the year. So how does the fishery operate, in other words, over the course of the year? And understanding overall management preferences and management objectives for lobster and conch fisheries. So these are stakeholder workshops. Some of you may have participated in those. This is Mandy Karnauskas and Juan Agar. Next slide. So strategic planning. Next slide. A number of you were involved in this. I just want to I don't want to go through all the words on here, but you'll see that our objective was to collaboratively identify data improvements and strategies to enhance stock assessment and fisheries management advice for the region. There were 53 short-term projects total. So short-term for us means it's not going to take 5 years or 10 years, but it may take a year or two. 37 of those have been completed, 10 are in progress, and 6 remain. You can see that link there that will take you to more information. I'm a little concerned about time, so we'll keep going. But I will say that strategic planning really guides the way the Caribbean Fishery Branch operates. So I want to highlight 2 of the working groups. One is called the Toolbox Working Group, and that's meant to support the management bodies in the region by determining appropriate alternative methods and approaches to informing management. That sounds an awful lot like CDAR 103. And in fact, much of CDAR 103 is coming out of the work of this Toolbox Working Group. So we've got SSC members on there. We've got Science Center. We've got a number of partners who are involved in that working group. Next slide. Then there's what's called the Governance Working Group, and this one is really to define the needs and mechanisms for establishing funding governance. So even when we can get some money, it is often difficult to move it down to the people down here who are doing the work. That is a challenge. So one of the things we're doing is creating these conceptual models of how the current funding flow works, and I'll show you an example on the next slide. But what we want to do is map out. You can see, how do we get money, or how does the council get money? How does CMIS get money? Because so much of our work involves those folks that are CMIS affiliates, and we also fund students through CMIS. So there's a number of things that we want to map out. So next slide, please. And this is what it looks like. So this is the CRP money, and some of you have been involved in this. So this involves working with folks in the industry, and they could be commercial fishers, they could be recreational fishers for hire, they could be people who own pescaderias, it could be all kinds of groups, but they have to be involved in the industry. And you can see it can be a fairly complicated process. And those red X's are what we call pain points. And the idea is, let's map out the process and where do we run into problems? This is only just that we haven't completely filled this one out, because as anybody who's tried to get CRP money can tell you, this should be full of red X's. So once we identify the worst pain points, then we want to figure out, well, how do we solve them, or how do we reduce that level of pain and agony to try and get it through the system? So that's where we're at with that. Next slide. Let's quickly go through some data and analytical improvements. We talked about the data triage process. Here it is sort of mapped out. In the past, we went very methodically through these steps, and we would drop species along the way as they had insufficient data. Now we want to know, okay, maybe there's not a lot of commercial landings, but do we have recreational landings? Maybe there's not a fishery dependent abundance data, but maybe there's fishery independent data. We got to have life history for a lot of the things we do. Is there life history? Do we need to drop back and maybe try some other kind of metric? So the several folks in the Caribbean Fishery Branch are working very diligently on this. Next slide. And that will be used to inform CDR 103, as I mentioned earlier. So some other analytical improvements. All the fishers here are familiar with the trip interview program. That's the port sampling, getting length and species composition of the catch. It's a very complicated long-term data set. It needed a lot of work to make sure we got rid of some errors and improve the data quality and accuracy and how we actually analyze those data. So that project is complete. We had a CMS affiliate who was working on WCAFC data provisioning. And recall, WCAFC isn't just the Caribbean. It goes from the east coast of the mainland US all the way down to Brazil. So that involves a lot of data sets from the US that can be provided to WCAFC. So that's been a long-term project. However, funding was not renewed, excuse me, in FY25. So we're going to have a real hard time supporting WCAFC moving forward, especially in the data provisioning side. We talked in CDR 91, we did a lot of outlier analysis. This was part of the data workshop, and that was a collaboration between DRNA and Science Center. I think there's more work to do there because we were focused on spiny lobster, but we got a lot of species. So there's always ways to improve these big data sets. Next slide. Oh, and I would say that it has ACL implications. When you take out some outliers, that's going to change your landings, right? So also there's the Puerto Rico correction factors. We're working again with the RNA to try and modernize in the sense that we want to automate it. And that's also coming out of CDR 91. Also, if you go through and you make some corrections to the correction factors, that's going to have ACL implications as well, at least the monitoring of them. And also, and this has a big impact in the Virgin Islands, species and gears that were on the catch reporting forms. Those have changed a lot over the years, as any one of the fishermen can tell you, and that has implications for ACLs. Was it on the form species X, or was it not? Was it on the form and then it was taken off? A lot of changes over time, so we're trying to get a good history of that and its effects on ACLs. Next slide. The form changes in Puerto Rico have been less dramatic over time, but there have been a few, and we'll investigate those as well. So some of the recommendations are a systematic review of trip level landing outliers across all the islands. It's not just a Puerto Rico issue we want to look at. We want to do the same thing in the Virgin Islands. We also want to do the systematic review of the commercial landings correction factors, resolve database incompatibilities, and calculate the correction factors by year and coast in an automated way, and a systematic review of those catch reports, as I was talking about. And then, of course, the council's prerogative, but in light of all of that work, it might be a good idea to have a look at the ACLs as a result of all of this work. Next slide. Okay, a couple other things that I want to tell you about that are not Caribbean specific, but are initiatives at the Science Center that the Caribbean will benefit from. One is this, what we're calling our morphometrics database, really morphometric conversion. So we need these kinds of things like length and weights and fork length to total length and that kind of thing. And we're building a database of those that's primarily coming from the published literature or whatever was used in a CDR. Building the actual database, which I'm not a database person, but it turns out that's a challenge, as you might not surprise you. That part is complete. These are funded by external money, external to the Science Center anyway. And we're in phase 2 now, which is to develop a decision tool to identify what we're calling the recommended equations. So a lot of that has to do with sample size and where were the data taken and collected and all those kinds of things. And it's not saying you must use this, but it is flagging what we're calling recommended based on that decision tool that we're developing. So we're trying to incorporate every across the board in the data or in the published literature rather to incorporate that data into the database. Next slide. And this one may be of interest to our CRO colleagues and our council staff colleagues, which is a management history database. So this began a number of years ago, and to have a complete and accurate time series of fishery management actions, these are federal actions that are necessary to do stock assessments. What I found years ago was we would get management histories and they were filled with errors. So we wrote a proposal and got it funded, and little did we know what we were stepping into, but it turns out that we built the database and those management actions are now up to date as of today. They're complete and up to date as of this moment. That work was completed by our some of our CMIS affiliates that were hired who worked on this for a number of years. In fact, that's how we hired Rachel Banton, who you all know. But it was completed by CRO staff and others. So a big thanks to you all who worked on that. And this is not just for the Caribbean, it includes all of the Southeast. What it doesn't have is HMS, because that is its own special challenge, their management history. Next slide. Okay, so let's talk about some fishery independent projects. Next slide. And these are the first batch. We'll talk about some collaborative projects with partners here in the region. So a couple that we have ongoing are fishery independent lobster trap survey. This is in Puerto Rico, and this is in collaboration with commercial fishers and a local scientific consulting firm. We're now in our second year of sampling. This is to develop an index of recruitment to that fishery. This is a huge gap in our knowledge of the population dynamics of spiny lobster. We're also collecting life history samples in Puerto Rico. Some of those samples have been sent to Panama City, some to the University of South Carolina at Aiken. And in fact, Jesus Rivera used some of these parrotfish samples. And some of those, I believe, were used in CDR 84, but I do think it was incorporated into his dissertation, all the parrotfish. But Jesus could tell you more about that. But we did supply them, those samples to him. Next slide. Couple of other ongoing projects I've mentioned, I think, yesterday, this Puerto Rico recreational port sampling with Grisel Rodriguez and her staff. It began fully in 2024 and it's ongoing. The focus right now is on the vessel mode. We'll try and figure out how to sample the shore-based fishers if we can get some additional funding support, always a challenge. And in the Virgin Islands, working with Sinai and his team, and primarily they've been working on field testing electronic measuring system, but they're getting people out into the field as they're bringing more port samplers on board. Next slide. And there we're not necessarily focused just on the recreational fishery like we are here in Puerto Rico. We're going across all sectors of the fishery. So I've mentioned before, I think this deep water snapper survey, it's a combination of hook and line and video survey. That is also in cooperation with Puerto Rico fishers and a local consulting firm. We've got 2 years of sampling that were limited to the depths of 450 to 50 meters. And then we got some additional money and we're able to move. I don't know why I'm saying we, I don't have anything to do with this. This is Kate Overly who's doing all this work, but additional years move that survey up to the shallowest depth was 20 meters. So it now overlaps with the diver survey, the NCRIMP diver survey. Next slide. Which is this survey right here. It's conducted every 2 years in the US Caribbean. On the off years, they do the Florida Keys. Sampling is happening this year. I don't know if it's completed yet. I think they still have work to do. They may even be in the field right now. This goes from 0 to 30 meters. A few years, they had, I think, 3 years of data, which were incorporated into some other CDARs. They did to the depths of 50 meters. And right now, we're working on other ones, but right now, this is the only long-term fishery independent survey that has supplied abundance indices for stock assessments. Others are coming online, but this is the one that we've used successfully so far. Next slide. So we've talked about a little bit this Queen Conch surveys. This is Fishery Independent Diver Survey. This is Jennifer Dorr who's doing this with others. I'm not certain if there are regional partners involved. I assume there are. Anyway, these population surveys are in their last year. She had 3 years of funding in 2023. They were diving in St. Thomas, St. John. 24 was St. Croix, and they're planning for September in Puerto Rico. They had, and they are doing it in conjunction with CMAPC. They had a delay in the funding, and so they had planned on being out there before September, but that's when they're going now. They've also been doing sampling for genetic connectivity study, where they're sequencing and bioinformatic analysis of samples from the Florida Keys, Dry Tortugas, Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico. That's nearly complete. And then they're collecting additional samples, and you can see here everywhere from British Virgin Islands to Tobago and Belize, and Bermuda. So they're all over the greater Caribbean region. Next slide. So these are some projects that were begun, and additional work is contingent upon continued funding. I mentioned Derek was hired through CMIS. So we have hired that research associate to coordinate fishery independent sampling. We were also working on a project to incorporate AI and machine learning to improve fishery independent Queen Conch surveys. Basically what this is a prototype camera system that you pull behind a small boat. It's a small system. You can manhandle it over the side of the boat. And we've got the prototype built, and that's when funding was pulled. So the field testing and the AI development is all dependent upon additional funding. And the idea here is you pull this behind the boat, you can cover a whole bunch of area, and the AI is going to say, that's a conch, that's a rock. And that's the plan. Yes, sir.
Let's go back to the previous slide. Okay. Okay, you see you're doing, there's a Queen Conch survey being done in St. Thomas, right? Well, my question is, yesterday when one of the slides was brought up, and I questioned why conch was mentioned, that it was endangered, basically, that there was a no-take in St. Thomas. Why are we studying it for in St. Thomas?
So it's not my survey, and I'm not involved, but I'll give you my guess, and that is that you still have to do a survey if there's any conch at all. You gotta quantify the population so that you know what kind of shape it's in. So whether there's a handful or there's a million, you wanna quantify that.
I understand what you're saying, but it's like there's a no take on it, right? So even if the population is good or not, it doesn't really make a difference because there's no take on it. For you to, my thing is this. In a way, we're wasting time monitoring something that we have a no take on. That's what I think.
Yeah, thanks, Tony. And we are conducting these surveys as well as part of. We're conducting these surveys as part of also our ESA listing determination. So it's listed as threatened, right? What we want to obviously know is information about the health status abundance of our U.S. domestically managed populations of conch. And even though there's no take in St. Thomas at this time, right, it's helpful information to know about how the population is doing, how that compares to previous surveys, and gives us a Caribbean-wide, U.S. Caribbean-wide basis for looking at the overall population health.
Okay, what's the depth of water that you guys looking at these conking? Because are you guys just studying them in the EEZ, or are you studying them in territorial waters too?
So my understanding of this is, the way they're doing it in conjunction. I don't know about I don't know about any of these in particular. But oh, you've got it, Sinai.
Sinai.
So there are two sets of surveys being done. DPNR does a territorial survey within territorial waters out to 90 feet. And then there's a group of divers from NOAA that have come down to do another survey that they're doing, and they focus on the deeper waters out to 120. Now, what Kevin is talking about here is identifying other ways of targeting conch in waters using AI and other approaches that would allow us to cover more ground and go in deeper areas. To answer your first question, conch is not closed completely in St. Thomas waters. It is for the commercial, but there is some recreational harvest that still occurs, both in national park waters and in territorial waters. So that is some take that is occurring of a managed species. In addition, once it's put on a management plan where there's a rebuilding plan, there is a requirement to actually monitor the population, because otherwise you will not know when it reaches a level where you could change the actual rules associated with it and take it off any sort of listing. So I think those would be the reasons as to why.
Graciela, you still got something or? No. Okay.
Okay, let's move on. And next slide. And I talked about this, so a little bit. So, these are other projects that we've lost to funding cuts. I mentioned the lobster recruit survey. That was the lobster trap study that's happening in Puerto Rico. That's ongoing. We still have funding for that, but the move to the Virgin Islands to have the same kind of survey, we lost to funding cuts. And the same for that hook and line survey that goes from 450 to 20 meters. We lost that to funding cuts. So we don't have those two fishery independent surveys in the Virgin Islands that we'd hope to get started. They continue in Puerto Rico because they're funded out of a different source that remains, at least this year. Next slide. And that's it. So thanks, everybody. I think we want to go back and talk about the terms of reference, because I do need a up or down or edits as the council sees fit. But I think, yeah, we want to, I think it was number 3 that we were talking about. I don't know if you can edit that.
Yeah, Rivera, for the record, we can put it in either in the motions document, or if you give me a minute, I can open it in the PDF, which is a little bit more difficult to write on, but however you guys want.
I think I got a question somewhere in the chat, Christina.
Yes, Ricardo Lugo. Question, the Puerto Rico Queen survey is island-wide, and number 2, how many states use correction factors?
I assume that the Queen Conch survey is island-wide. For Puerto Rico, I know that because they're getting a late start, it's going to be not as extensive as they would like. I don't have any of the real details, but we can ask Jennifer. She was when I asked her for some talking points yesterday she was working on the survey design. So she should know pretty soon where all they're going to survey. And to my knowledge, I know that Puerto Rico has those correction factors. Virgin Islands does not. I don't know if any other state in the Southeast uses correction factors, but I could be wrong.
Vance.
Van Vicente, SSC. Kevin, you mentioned the cooperative research program. And I am a reviewer of the proposals, and I was told that it was not funded for next year.
Well, that's distressing because we rely on that for a lot of things. Now it could be, so there's two versions of that. There's an internal to NOAA one, and then there's the external funding. And it could be that you were a reviewer for the externally funded ones. So we'll have to wait and see how that stands up to internal, if that remains.
It's a crucial program
it
for
is.
me.
It-
It integrates the fisheries with science in a way
Yeah.
that no other program does.
Yeah, it's the best way that I can think of to get work done on the water.
Thank you. Thank you.
Julian.
Yeah, Julian McGrath for the record. A question about a correction factor. How often is it updated? And then the reason why I say so, because I know Puerto Rico has been working diligently to enhance better reporting. And if you do have better reporting and the correction factor is not changed, that can cause the landing numbers to be way higher than they actually supposed to be. So that's the question I got out there. How is that evaluated to correct for that?
Yeah, I'm gonna defer to the DRNA folks because it's their program. But I can offer my thoughts as well, but I'll defer to Ricardo.
Yeah, thank you for the question. As far as I know, we have a correction factor for globally for all the species. What I would like to know is how different it will be if we do a correction factor for each species that we have enough data. I don't know if that will give us a result that will be higher or lower, as you said. It could be also lower. I don't know that. We don't know that.
Carlos for me.
Miguel.
Yeah, well, the correction factor, when we established this was at the beginning when we started the program. And the whole idea was to look at the escapement of data from the fisherman, Port Ayan. And that information was kept only for Puerto Rico. For the Southern Fisheries Science Center, in order to be able to compare the data, we send the raw data, table 3, no correction factor whatsoever. So in one particular year, you may have a correction factor, let's say about 3%, because the Port Ayans, and the way that we did that was, let's say that I sent a Port Ayan to Guayama, Puerto Rico, 2 ports. Unbeknownst to him, I would send also a data collector that he didn't know or she didn't know was a data collector person. And that person will sat there the whole day asking everybody what you got there. So he measured every fish, every species as much as possible, or fish or group of species. And that was what we call the correction factor. But we didn't use it for fishery management. We use it for administration purposes in order to pay for the people who are doing that and also to have an estimate of the escapement. So the correction factor is applied by region to all the species. But the analysis made by the center is applied, let's say, for example, the lobster. So they have the raw data that we send, and also they may have somebody looking at the correction factor to see the difference there. So back to Julian, in some cases, Julian, you're right. In some cases, if you have a correction factor and it's included in the analysis, you may see a landing higher than the actual landings. In some cases, and usually most of the cases, the landing is higher than is what is reported. Because I have people sitting at the DAP Puerto Rico telling me that they only report 50% of what they catch. And they're so happy about it. But what happened with that is then the ACA will be based on that 50%. So when you look at the total landings, you were above that landing level, and you will be penalized with accountable measures. But anyway, that's more or less. If you have more information, Danielle can send you a copy of whatever they do at this time as we speak. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Julian?
Yeah, follow up. I looked at the raw numbers of the lobsters yesterday. I use that as an example. And when I looked at what was actually presented, it's like over 150,000 pounds to 250,000 pounds higher in some cases. And that's why I asked the question, because I know lobster and the deep water snappers, the Puerto Rico fishermen, have been working diligently to try to get better reporting in those two areas. So that's why I asked the question, because when I see raw numbers and I see where the expansion factor comes in and it drives it, that's why I asked the question, well, how does the expansion factor change? Okay, Ricardo says right now he thinks it's 75, not 50, but that really would drive it higher, or it could drive it lower. So I know it was and Vance, you could correct me if I'm wrong, last year when we had a SSC meeting, it was a heavy discussion at the table about the whole expansion factor process and when last has it been evaluated. Now, it could be good, it could be bad, but I'm just bringing it up as something that I think should be looked at. Because it's only used here, you know, I'm not looking for it to be used in the Virgin Islands, but I'm concerned for my fishers through talking with them that it can drive it where it affects them and drive them into accountability measure. So I'm just throwing it out there. Thank you.
Carlos?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I believe that's a good point, that we should allow the laboratory in Puerto Rico to take a look at it and consult with the center, and then by the December meeting, we will be able to then have an idea, clear idea. By the way, that correction factor, we are recording, but I don't care. In some cases, was pushed because of politics. When I was the director of the Fisheries Research Program, the Secretary of Puerto Rico said, well, the industry of agriculture have increased 3% this month. And then they called me to say that the fishery increased 3% this month. The hell with you, I'm not gonna fabricate the numbers. And the whole point is that we have to be mindful about and careful about this correction factor. In order for you to have a validated correction factor, you have to hire people to sit down under the tree and check everybody that's coming in and out. And even that won't give you won't be able to get the actual number for the species. You know, these groupers, these snappers, you need a biologist next to you to be able to tell them apart. For some, well, it's a long story, but I remember one guy, he described different new species of parrotfish, and they were all the same, juveniles, females, and males of the same darn animal. And we found that problem when collecting the fishery data. And that's why we rely mostly on the fishers' knowledge, so they can tell us this is this and this is that. So, Ricardo, I don't know if you can use liaison funds for that between here and December. And you will be able then to give us a report. Okay, this is where we are with the correction factors.
Thank you for that. I think Kevin wanted to say something.
Yeah, thank you. So, so to respond directly, Julian, so the correction factors are updated every year. There's a survey that's run every year. So that's one thing. Also recall from the recommendations and some of the work that's being done, we're absolutely working, my group is working with Ricardo's group to address the very things you're concerned about. And as Ricardo mentioned, we want to start looking at things, and we can start with lobster directly to get a species-specific correction factor, right? Because one of the things that I've heard from the lobster fishers is that they report at a different rate than the fishery as a whole. And if that's true, then a general correction factor is going to blow that up. Now, if they've always done that, that doesn't matter, right? Because then you're still working with the same currency. But if they've ramped up, as you're saying, if they've ramped up their completeness of reporting, that change is going to mess them up. That's a problem. So that's what we need to look at. And that was one of the recommendations.
Van,
Kevin answered what I wanted to ask. But yes, Julian, we did discuss this in the last meeting. And I remember that one of the SSC members, Reni Garcia, particularly vehemently pointed that out, that that we need to really look at that much better. I would also like to have Daniel Mado's opinion on this, because
Daniel.
Well, Miguel explained very good, and Ricardo too. We do the correction factor to estimate the underreports. So we send people to every fishing center, and our people there, they observe all the landings of the day, and we have this data. And then we compare with the data we receive via the trip tickets. So we collect the species and the weight for the day, and we compare that, and we estimate the underreports. Okay, so basically we do that to estimate the underreports. Any question? Thank you.
Miguel.
Daniel, it's not the underreporting necessary. It's the escapement of the reporting from the point of view of the liaison officer. I mean, liaison officer, fishery port agent. So we have two. You say, but now that you're standing there, do you still send the information as collected to the center, or do you send the information plus the correction factor, both, so they can analyze?
Oh, we send the raw data, they receive the raw data, and also we send them the correction factor or expansion factor. Right now, NOAA Fisheries developed the Caribbean commercial landings, and in this application or this software, there is a platform where we are able to input or enter all the correction factor data. So we have both that databases, the raw data, and we also send the correction factor to them.
No, question to Kevin. Kevin, what is the timeline for the analysis that you just mentioned regarding the correction factor for the lobster? There will be this year, next year?
So I think that's something that Ricardo and I have to negotiate and figure out what kind of staff time we can devote to that and that sort of thing. I would like to do it sooner rather than later, for sure. But I don't want to commit to a date until Ricardo and I figure that out.
We are behind the schedule with the correction factor because now we have two databases, the electronic reporting trip ticket and the paper trip ticket. So NOAA Fisheries is working to merge both databases, and in our last meeting with Kim Johnson, we think we are very close to have them merged completely very, very soon. So we are very happy for that.
Vanessa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. I just want to make a comment for, give some information about what Daniel is saying, how it works daily in our fish markets. So practically, we in the administration area, we receive the fishermen, we make a ticket by each fisherman, and when the personnel from the NRA go there, they compare, they pass the day in there, not only measuring and checking the the catch of the day. They also compare and take the information from our books so that once they receive the report from the fishermen, they can compare if that day they report what was really taken in there for the fish market. So it works different from the USVI because I know that there are more independents in there. But in Puerto Rico, most of the fishermen sell directly to a fish market or a stakeholder. And usually they visit us weekly and they make this or take this information to the lab and then can make those correction factor. And I have to say, at least in the west side that I work, they make a great job. I have to say, Luis Daniel, that is the one that usually visit us. He have a great relation with all the fish markets in there, and it's practically, he have open doors over there to take the real information. It's not the same in some areas where some stakeholder or fish markets are not so open to receive them. And I know that is a hard work sometime, but they are doing their best, and I can have that. Thanks.
Any more questions for Kevin? Okay, we have a motion up there. Andy?
Yes, I'll look to Kevin for some help, but suggesting that after developing management advice, we say analytical procedure developing management advice that can be implemented. So starting with that, yeah, okay, yeah, let's change it to delete that, yeah. Developing management advice that can be implemented and effectively monitored to best meet, well, yeah, you can delete will meet legal mandates. Delete meet. Yeah. Should I take out effectively?
Yeah, I guess the thing that, yeah, I think this language is fine. What, I guess, is it capturing the notion that the council has to come to grips with how to use the data, how to use the advice? Because I think that's the parallel process that needs to happen. Let's say we come in and we've got an index of abundance relative to, and we can help, this team that's going to be doing this work can help guide some of this. But we have to come to some mechanism for the council to use the information, because we're not going to come in many cases, we're not going to come in with an OFL. There's not going to be an MSY or an MSY proxy. So what do you do with that information that doesn't get you to that, right? So that's whether it needs to be in this terms of reference or if it needs to be a separate process that the council undergoes is up to you all. But I think that's the process that we need to figure out.
So Kevin, what if we said here that can be used and implemented by the council and effectively monitored to best meet legal mandates?
I think that captures it without being too prescriptive. And I'd also like to point out to the council that I ended my talk on time. And all these valuable discussions are what's overrunning. I just want that on the record.
After implemented, let's put by the council. That's my motion. Can I get a second?
So
I got it. Second, Sinai Haptis.
Okay, so the motion reads, for the species listed in the island-based FMPs, provide recommendations of specific analytical procedures for developing management advice that can be used and implemented by the council and effectively monitored to best meet legal mandates when using tools that are alternative or complementary to conventional stock assessments. Motion by Andy, seconded by Senai Haptis. So all in favor, say aye. Any nays? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. Kevin,
Just a procedural question. So this needs to go to CDAR. Does that come from the council? I think that's the proper thing. It doesn't need to come from me. This is now you've now taken ownership of this document. You've okayed it and made I think an important adjustment. So maybe it ought to, I don't know, Carlos, if it comes from you or council staff or whatever's appropriate to go to CDAR staff.
yeah,
So, Mr.
Yeah.
Chair, Leah Rivera, for the record, so what follows is audio problems. What follows is for the terms of reference of CR 103, a decision for approval, and then it's gonna be forwarded to the CDAR. So that's what will proceed. So you will need to approve the tours.
Yeah, no, I approve. Okay.
For the record.
Kevin,
So does that need to be another motion that the tours in total are approved? Is that what I just heard?
Yeah, I think that's the cleanest approach. So I'll make another motion to approve the CDAR 103 terms of reference as amended.
okay, we need a second.
Seconded, Sinai Haptis.
So the motion reads to approve the CR 103 terms of reference as amended. Motion by Andy Strelchek, seconded by Sinai Haptis. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. So next on the agenda, we have the Inflation Reduction Act. That would be Martha Prada.
Hi, good morning. Thank you all for being here. It's my pleasure to provide you with another update of how the council is implementing different proposals under this IRA initiative. So let's start with my presentation. My last update was at the previous council meeting in with the presenting data on the updates up to April 15. So now I'm moving on presenting what is happening from there up to July 31st. Next. So as you can see, this is a global summary of the progress on the technical aspects as well as the financial aspects of the contracts that have been signed with the council in relation to implement the 6 different projects. So right now we move it from the 18% reported last April to 26% in the technical aspects. And we are also making progress in the financial aspects from 16% up to 20%. So how this is integrated throughout the different projects. This table summarizes more or less what is the total grant for different projects, approximately the percentage advance in the technical aspects as well as the financial aspects. So the new in this report is that finally we were able to sign the contract with DPNR in the US Virgin Islands, and then that the contract is about to start. They are fixing it on administrative procedures because this is a new way to conduct things and contracting with them. So that requires any specific adjustments. So I'm going to go on the different projects to present to you a brief summary of what the activities on the different projects are being conducted. So let's start with the one that is under the leadership of Dr. Alida Ortiz. And this project is about the education on extreme events and how that can be better understood throughout the fishing community and with the school teachers. So right now, the storybook is comprised of 3 main chapters. Text for those 3 main chapters had been completed in the first draft. Experts drafted that. They were through the evaluation review on the technical aspects to verify that the language used is simple and good enough to explain perhaps some complex processes in relatively simple words. And then the next phase is to complete the illustration and the graphic design that is attractive. So that first chapter is completed on that. The artist is working on the second chapter, and perhaps in the next 2-3 weeks, the 3 chapters will be completed. The team also decided to add additional sections to this storybook. Very interesting to add a glossary, to add a very important one with the tools. So users of these storybooks can look on the internet and invite them to be more interactive and look at specific videos, specific data portals, specific sharing, also interviews and conversations with fishers within the Puerto Rico and the US Virgin Islands are being conducted. Some video clips are planning to be recorded, and perhaps in the future we can have, in the second and final version of the storybook, we can have interactive videos with them. So right now this is the plan. We are working on that, and I'm very happy to see this project moving on very good and fast. Next. So another very interesting process and advance is from the Dr. Wes Martin. He is studying movements of dolphin fish. So the project aim is to at least deploy 30 satellite tags within the Puerto Rico, the US Virgin Islands, and the Mid-Atlantic in the US. So right now, 30% of those tags has been deployed. The purchase of additional tags are being completed, and then it's moving on. Some interesting results. Right now, this project has a lot of data, and it's starting with the analysis. But 2 things maybe can be highlighted. One is that we are very excited to see how the tagging conventional tagging and satellite taggings are being with highly recapture rate. So this is good because demonstrate how connectivity is actually happening and we have the data. Indeed, in the one of individual that was marked at the beginning of this year of La Parguera, recently was also recorded uh, around the offshore of the Mississippi River. So that is more or less 2,000 nautical miles in 114 days. So it's a very impressive this movement and migration. Still, data is being collected to see the data is recording depths. It's an additional environmental information comprises sea surface temperature, and perhaps other issues that can be affected dolphin fish migration, such as sargassum, for instance. So very interesting to see this, but also is a little bit concerning because that also indicates that so high recapture rate, the species is going to a relatively high freezing pressure. So that is two aspects to consider in the future as we collect data. Very interesting. But another insignificant preliminary result is that the project is being able to demonstrate that one dolphin fish that was tagged and released off of Rhode Island was recaptured in Cape Canaveral, indicated that the fish moved and return to the area more or less when it leaves. So it's a very interesting because it is what he's calling the first return migrant. So it's been theorized that that is happening, but now we have the data to prove it. It's interesting also to see that that fish grew at the beginning when it was marked, it was a 18-inch in for length, and we was recaptured, it measured 34-inch. So it is interesting to start providing data from the field. That this project is allowing for this kind of analysis. It's early in the process, but we are start looking at our results. Another project is about conducting climate vulnerability analysis that is done under the leadership of Dr. Chelsea Harms with TUOHI. And then in this project, it's been a long process in trying to select what will be the final species where they're being analyzed, how environmental changes affects or the vulnerability for effects through their life cycles. And so 24 species has been consulted with fishers, with experts, with some scientists, with people that participate in this initial exercise. And so they have the 24 species selected and include fish, invertebrates at different importance. All of them were selected to specific criteria, and additional person was hired to support the literature search for information that can be used to detect the vulnerability for these species. And then an in-person workshop to analyze the situation in Puerto Rico is now being agreed in November this year. And then it will be another one in the US Virgin Islands for next year. So let's move to another project. This project is also really interesting and is providing preliminary process. We haven't do the analysis right now, but the way that data is being collected is being proved that together, fishers and scientists do good things. Together, they were able to adapt the field surveys protocols Together, they were able to better understand how habitat changes through time, and that they were uh, adapted. It's been right now taking place, so it's moving along very well, and so for the inclusion of local ecological knowledge, it is proved highly important. So this project, the previous project is under the leadership of Dr. Michelle Charter and Hector Ruiz, with the participation of Dr. Rich Apperdon too. This project is being under the leadership of Bob Glazer and Alejandro Acosta from GCF5, in addition to a scientific team that they hired for the project, and is expected to develop climate change scenarios for the red hind and for the spiny lobster in Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands. So in the previous update, they were talking about how they gather information to select the factors that are going to be studied, and then the dimensions they are working on. And through this period, the main progress was to how to include the social information into the other scientific analysis. And so they are validating some of the socioeconomical data that is outside, and are working on defining 3 different scenarios, positive scenarios when in the future environmental conditions improve, and negative scenarios, what will happen if the opposite happen, and then what could happen if nothing happens. So those scenarios are being currently being done. And so this is the last project that is working on. That is the one that is not actually start. They are still on the administrative phases of the implementation of the project, but the preparation on how the project will move, I guess, is more or less decided. So it's a matter to conclude these administrative issues, and then moving quickly on the completing the activities that are considered under this project. That is related to complete the consistent fisheries management plan that is it's been taken for a while with the council under the leadership of Dr. Senay Haptes, but then through this project it will be able to be completed. Most importantly, the creation of a special interactive online platform for how to connect what different institutions, organizations are doing towards that implementation and planning and providing information. So it's a kind of hub and interactive platform that is being projected, and that is based on the very interactive participation. So a series of workshops to secure the inclusion of different perspectives are also included in when this project start implementation. So in general, I guess I prepare for, because last time you asked me where were the barriers or things that can be highlighted. So I prepared this slide, and I think it's very good. So in green is things that we feel very positive, very nice, and all this effort that so many people are conducted right now is being reflected and is start looking at very promising. Perhaps by the December meeting, some of the actual results could be presented, because at that time, majority of the project we have is first years of implementation. Remember that these projects are being planned to be completed in 2.5 years, more or less. So the one in the red is that the more challenging things that we are having, and I like to mention here that the loss of support from the Science Center, particularly from the CEFI team, it been proved, particularly for the project that is developing the climate change scenarios, very high concern. They are looking for options. So losing the capacity of computational to conduct of the modelings that are required to do to the species, 3 different islands, and at least 3 scenarios with so many data sets. It demands a specific, not just scientific support, but also computational support. So it's not, initial plans it will now need to be adjusted, and we are looking for options, help, recommendations, if that is possible, to see how we can overcome this limitation. Sometimes
Marta, have you been able to identify alternative for the first one?
well, right now, they are looking at, but they haven't secured one. So they are looking for options, and so I think bringing this point to this table, it might help us in identifying possible sources that we can start looking for support. But right now, we are in the process. The next one is particularly for the dolphin fish project that requires ahead of time planning to go offshore. Those environmental conditions can change suddenly and or become very dangerous to be offshore. And that is an implication not just for the logistic, but in particular for the financial, because it is planned for a trip. It will cost more or less X amount, and then you have to have a last time flight, a last time changes, and expand another day waiting for a good condition. So that is not a limitation, but is a thing that is going on what it is. So it's just to call the attention that as he is integrating recommendation from fishers, he's looking at the predictions for weather and everything, and despite everything, conditions at sea can change suddenly, and maybe this is an indication of this extreme event are perhaps happening at the faster rate that we are able to register. And then some administrative issues can be time consuming, and that delays implementation of the project. So one last thing that I forget in my green text here is thanks to Christina and the team that is working with the council. Now at the council webpage, there is a special page for our initiative. So you can see it on their advances to sustainable fisheries. If you go to that window, that window will present the projects, will connect to the links to the implementers, will present additional information as well. We are developing bulletins, and those bulletins are start sharing with the open public things that are being developed through these IDA initiatives in a way that is attractive, that is easy to follow, and keep the attention from everybody. So that's all that I have to say for now. Thank you for your attention. If you have any question, I'm happy to answer if I can.
Any questions from Marta? Vanessa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. Thank you, Marta, and all the staff that are working on these projects. Also for the updates. I think these projects are very important, especially for our fishermen and coastal communities. I think that that point that you bring, especially with the challenges that you have, I know that all the people that is in this room, and especially the council, are supporting your efforts. So we will put an eye on this, and I will hope that some place between here and December, we have better information about how we can help you with those challenges. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mark.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we have Ecosystem-Based Fisheries Management, TAP, Sinai.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Morning, all. Just a short verbal update. I don't have a presentation because I'm too busy working on the stuff for the EBFM TAP, trying to get things done. Mainly, at present, we're in the process, as Martha said, of doing the administrative process to get a contract set up for the subaward with DPNR so that we can administrate the award. Once that's finished, I think we can go ahead and get the workshops going. In the interim, what I've been doing is working on the data management component for that. We have identified vendors that can help us build the systems, and they're in the process of setting those things up. In addition to that, you'll hear a little bit more after this presentation from Mandy regarding the Ecosystem Services Report, which I believe is completed. So our sub-working group is working on taking that information and putting it into a format so it can be into the Fisheries Ecosystem Plan. The same is happening with the completed risk assessment framework that was done by our contractor Lee Fletcher earlier this year. So that was compiled. It's being reviewed by the sub-working group for risk assessment within the EBFM TAP. And our hope is that those two components, along with the other three components from the outline that I presented last, will be completed by the end of the year, and we should have a draft fisheries ecosystem plan that'll be undergoing review by the EBFM TAP for hopeful presentation to the SSC and then the council some point next year. So that's all I've got. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Any questions for Sinai? No, okay. Thank you, Sinai. Next, we have the Ecosystem Status Report, Mandy Karnaskas, Southeast Fisheries Science Center.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. I am sharing my screen. Can you see it okay?
We see it okay, but it looks very little. I am looking here if it is on my end.
Okay, I have three screens. If you want to try and pull it up on your end, I think that's fine. Let me try and fix this. I'm sorry, it's just with I have three screens and it pulls up yeah, let's just go with that. I think that's easier. Okay, thanks. All right, well, thank you for the opportunity to present this morning. I'm sorry I couldn't join y'all in person. I'm just going to give a brief overview on the Caribbean Ecosystem Status Report and note that I gave a detailed presentation on the content of the report to the EBFM Technical Advisory Panel last year. So this is just going to be a high-level overview for you. So moving right into the next slide. The report has been published and we have NOAA technical memo static versions as well as an online web version that's a little bit more interactive, and you can access the report. There's links there. And then looking at the green box on the left there, I just wanted to draw your attention to the organization of the report. So we have two sections that deal with the indicators, which I'll talk about in a second. And then we have a synthesis section as well as research recommendations and acknowledgements. You can move on. So the indicator suite is organized into two sections. There's two types of indicators. There's indicators that are tracking progress on fishery management objectives. So these objectives were pulled from the island-based fishery management plans. So things like food production and stock sustainability, protection of ecosystems, trophic integrity, engagement, and participation. So those set of indicators are tracking progress toward those objectives. And then we have a separate set of indicators that are tracking risks to meeting fishery management objectives. So what are external shocks in the environment or the economy that might limit fishery managers' abilities to meet the objectives effectively? Next slide, please. And I just wanted to mention that we've been made some great strides using the OpenScapes framework, which is an open source approach to science. So all of the underlying processes in the report and the pieces out of the report are available on GitHub. It's an open online framework. So all the pieces have been published, they're transparent, all the code and the data is reproducible. With the exception of confidential data. Of course, we're not putting confidential data online, but we've created this new automated workflow that's going to allow us to update the report on an annual basis. We're very excited about that. So essentially the code on GitHub that serves to access the data directly from the data source. Usually it'll calculate the indicator, visualize the indicator, integrate the text, and then publish the report. So most of the data sources, I won't go through these in detail, but just to give you an idea of where the code is pulling data from, most of these are automated. So the data sources in the darker blue are data sources where we're able to just pull the data directly from the source using an API. Essentially, with a click of a button, we can update the report for an additional year of data. There's a few data sources in the lighter blue where we don't have a fully automated workflow, but it's a semi-automated workflow. So very excited to be able to provide this information on a yearly basis to the council. Next slide. Okay, and then if you look, within the indicator sections, you'll see, the various indicators, usually a time series, and then we've got these little dots and arrows on the right side of the plots, which tell you a little bit about recent trends, whether or not the trends are below average, or the indicator value is above or below average and decreasing or increasing in trend in the last 5 years. And then there's, of course, supporting text in the report to talk about the recent trends and why these are going on. Next slide. Okay, so I'm just going to go over at a very high level some of the main findings from the report. So for the whole U.S. Caribbean, what we've seen is that there's various risk indicators showing some increasing stressors to the system, and there's been a number of major disturbances in the last decade, and that there's more volatility in the indicator. So the ecosystem is changing more rapidly in the last few years than it was in the past. We also saw notable impacts from the 2017 hurricane season, as well as pandemic disturbances, and this was on the social and economic indicators. But these disturbances also carry through to the fishing activity. So we see the impacts of these disturbances on the fishing activity and manifesting in the fishery dependent indicators as well. I will note that there are some potential confounding factors with changes in reporting. So for example, moving to the shell catch, the e-reporting in Puerto Rico around 2020, that could be confounded with impacts from the pandemic, for example. So there is some disentangling to be done with the reporting artifacts. That's just as a caveat. And then next slide, moving into sort of an island-based look. And I'll go through these sort of 5 categories of indicators. So for Puerto Rico, we saw that ocean temperatures and coral bleaching are increasing, and they're well above average in recent years. We see coral cover decreasing, and we see Puerto Rico impacted by the 2017 hurricanes and pandemic to a lesser extent. In terms of the economy, the human population is below average since 2017, but it's now stabilized, and tourism has more or less increased back to pre-pandemic levels. The gross domestic product is above average, and employment is decreasing. In terms of fishing practices, we see the commercial effort stable overall. There is an increasing percentage of diving trips and a decreasing percentage of trips with using net and trap gear. In terms of the landings, we see an increasing dependence on demersal species, and the maximum length in the demersal catch is stable. We see landings of lobster increasing. Conch landings are well below average, but have stabilized. And there's more deep water snappers, yellowtail snapper, and red hine in the landings. There's fewer large parrotfish and large grouper in the landings. The revenue dependence on lobster has been slightly increasing. And we also see an increase in inequality of revenues. And then finally, looking at fishery independent data, the community level response, we do see commercial finfish density increasing, and there's a select suite of abundant indicator species that we've chosen, and these are all stable, and we actually see queen triggerfish and red hind abundance above average in recent years. Moving on to St. Thomas, St. John. Stressors are very similar, ocean temperatures, coral bleaching increasing and above average, and coral cover decreasing. On St. Thomas, St. John, we saw that the 2017 hurricanes seemed to have create a major disturbance. The human population in the USVI is gradually declining, and some aspects of tourism have not yet recovered back to pre-pandemic levels. The GDP is increasing and unemployment decreasing. In terms of the fishing practices, effort has been stable in recent years, although there was a slight drop in the 2017-18 fishing year, and there's no trend in gear type use in St. Thomas, St. John. In the landings, we see the maximum length in the demersal catch is increasing, so that indicates that fishermen are targeting larger bodied species, basically. There's lesser targeting of small species like queen trigger, angelfish, and grunt, and there's more targeting of red hind, yellowtail snapper, and blue runner. We see the landings of lobster are increasing, and finfish landings are well below average. So actually the revenue dependence on lobster has doubled in the past decade. And then finally, we see commercial fish density and slope of the size spectrum increasing in the fishery independent data. That also indicates that there's larger bodied fish, presence or abundance of larger bodied fish is increasing. And the abundance of indicator species is stable. We see yellowtail snapper abundance increasing and well above average. And then lastly, St. Croix. Just moving to the next, thanks. Very similar pattern in terms of the stressors, although we see a slightly bigger impact with the pandemic in the St. Croix, which differs from St. John and St. Thomas. The economy is based on the USVI, so that's the same as the previous slide. Fishing practices in St. Croix, the effort's been stable in recent years, but there was a drop in the 2018-19 fishing year. And there's been an increasing percentage of diving trips, and the use of nets and traps is well below average and also decreasing. In terms of the landings, we see increasing dependence on pelagics and increasing revenue from tunas and mackerels over time. The maximum length of the demersals in the catch is increasing, similar to the other islands, and finfish landings are well below average. There's also been a shift from targeting small parrotfishes to larger bodied parrotfishes, and there's been a decrease in inequality in revenues. And then finally, we see the commercial fish density and the slope of the size spectrum increasing, and the abundance of stoplight parrotfish is well below average, but the other species are either stable or increasing in terms of that indicator species suite. Next slide, please. So now we'll move briefly into how the report can be used by management. You can flip to the next slide. So again, the most direct way to use this report, given that the indicators are tied to the management goals stated in the island-based fishery management plans, we can use these indicators to assess progress towards management goals. So again, they're tracking things like socioeconomic health, equality, ecosystem services. And so this would allow fisheries managers to look at the indicators and get a sense for whether or not management is having sort of the desired effect. Moving to the next slide. We can also use the indicators to assess the risk in the fishery system. And as I mentioned, there's a framework that Lee Fletcher has proposed, which I know is undergoing review by the EBFM TAP. But just a couple examples of how other councils have used ESR indicators to assess risk. The example on the left is from the Eastern Bering Sea. So in the North Pacific, they tie specific indicators to certain stocks, and then the annual catch limits can be increase or decrease based on the level of risk that is apparent in the indicators. And on the right, there's an example from the Mid-Atlantic Fishery Management Council, where they use ESR indicators to do sort of a rapid risk assessment at an ecosystem scale. And this is used to prioritize issues that need to be addressed. And I think that's more along the lines of what the EBFM TAP is sort of thinking for the risk assessment for the Caribbean. Next slide. Another way to use the indicators is that they can reveal important drivers of the fishery system. So here's an example from the U.S. South Atlantic Bight. If you look on the right, these are recruitment deviations for 9 fish species, demersal fish species in the South Atlantic. So basically looking an indicator of stock productivity. And in the green are summer spawning species, and in the red are winter spawner species. And what we observed in that region is that there's been this sort of wholesale decline in productivity for all of the winter spawning species, which led us to think that there's probably some underlying ecosystem change if we're seeing coincident change among multiple species. And so looking at the ecosystem status report, we saw that there are a number of indicators relating to productivity, primary productivity, that were also changing around the same time frame as the recruitment was declining. So we're able to kind of piece this together, and there's still some ongoing research to understand the exact dynamics of what's going on. But again, the ESR allows you to sort of put those sort of hypotheses together for future research. Next slide. Okay, and then another way to use the indicators is to understand the overall ecosystem conditions. So putting the indicators together in sort of a synthesis allows you to get a quick snapshot for things like the rate of change. So this is actually a figure that's included in the synthesis section. This is a traffic light plot. And so what we have are all of the indicators in the report categorized into these 4 different categories. And then they're color coded in terms of if they're below average in red or above average in blue. And then there's a statistical method, principal components analysis that sort of puts the indicators that have more similar trends next to each other. So what you can see if you kind of squint is that in that 2017 to 2021 timeframe, which is where, of course, we had the hurricanes of the pandemic, you can see a lot of things changing from blue to red very quickly. And so that's, again, where I talked about some of that increasing volatility. So this was a period of big ecosystem change, and you can see how that change echoes across the various components of the ecosystem. So there's a couple other types of synthesis plots that we've included in the report. And again, those can be used to understand sort of the overall backdrop against which managers are trying to make management decisions. And then I think one more slide. And then lastly, the ESR is a great way to elevate local knowledge in management. And I wanted to point out that the risk indicators that we selected were largely based on the conceptual modeling exercise that was done some years ago. And so basically by taking these indicators, we're quantifying the concerns from the fishing industry and putting numbers to those concerns. So things like pollution and coral bleaching and sargassum, which have come up in conversations, we're now able to actually quantify those concerns, and by doing so, take a better look at how much of an impact these processes are having on the larger ecosystem and the fisheries. And then one more slide. So next steps, the report is done. Again, we'll be doing annual updates to the report as planned. We are working on an executive summary, and we'd like to produce like an easily digestible summary of indicator trends. I'm interested in hearing feedback from the council in terms of what would be most useful or what you'd like to see, if there's any sort of particular products you'd like to see. I mentioned the annual updates. That is pending no additional loss of staff. We did lose some staff who were kind of critical in some of this work, but we do have a few staff left, and we think that with that capacity, we will be able to provide the annual updates. But if we lose those staff, we'll be in trouble. Report, again, is automated and modular. We welcome ideas for new indicators to be included. It's very easy to make updates on the sort of the annual in the annual update process. If we have additional time, some research that I'd like to see, we do need some further analysis of fishery independent data to disentangle those artifacts of misreporting. So again, most of the indicator, or many of the indicators that are in this report are based on the Caribbean Commercial Logbook and Landings database. And so of course, any sort of misreporting can cause some of the indicators to have trends that they wouldn't otherwise if we didn't have the misreporting. So some of that needs to be disentangled. And then we're also actively working to expand the suite of social indicators. We'd like to be able to present a broader suite of those social indicators to better capture what's going on in the social and economic environment. And I think I just have one last acknowledgement slide. Thanks for everyone who contributed this. It was definitely a big team effort, and if there's time, I can take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mandy. Andy?
Hey, Mandy, Andy Strelchek. Appreciate the report update and look forward to digging into it further. Curious from the standpoint of comparing the variables to an average condition, how does that, especially for things that relate to management by the Caribbean Council, how do you factor in essentially changes in management to that? Or are you essentially just using kind of the period of time for your average and comparing it against previous, or average conditions, both positive and negative?
Yeah, thanks, Andy, for the question. I'm not sure I fully understood. We have a time series, and then we look at a window of the last 5 years to look at like recent trends. So I'm not sure if the full time series would be kind of the average, and then we're comparing the recent change. And the 5 years is kind of arbitrary. It's just been used in many ecosystem status reports, so that could definitely be changed if a different time window is of interest. But the indicator plots are showing the last 5 years versus the full time series. I'm not sure if that answers your question.
Yeah, I mean, that's helpful. I was thinking, for example, when we implemented annual catch limits, right, there's a transition in terms of the authorized amount of harvest, kind of pre and post annual catch limits, and that at least for management, that would be more of a distinction in terms of shifts or changes above or below an average.
Yeah, and we do see a lot of decreasing reporting once the ACLs are put into place. So in the early 2010s, you see a lot of decreasing reporting that's likely related to the implementation of the ECLs, and we do discuss that in the report. So that is one of the artifacts that I mentioned when we're looking at the Caribbean landings data, that you have to take into account that there's probably been some changes in the reporting over time. So that is discussed in the report and some of the text.
Kevin?
Thanks. Kevin McCarthy. Hey, Mandy, nice presentation. It's more of a comment than a question. I'm really looking forward to seeing how this kind of work gets tied into CDAR 103. I think it's very timely. So thanks for the presentation.
Thank you, Kevin. I'm looking forward to that as well.
Any other questions or comments from Andy? Maria?
Hi, Mandy. Thank you. This is Maria Lopez. You were asking for suggestions or things that will be helpful for management. And I think the summary that you provided, I think it's slides 7, 8, and 9, the summary for each one of the islands. If you said that you were going to be, the plan is to make some updates annual, I think having that kind of information will be very useful to include in the amendments and the actions that we are preparing for the council.
Okay, thank you, Maria. That's very helpful. Other regions have done that sort of summary, and then they have some sort of graphics and sometimes even an interactive graphic. So those are things that we're exploring. But thanks for that feedback. That's helpful.
Graciela?
Mandy, Graciela here. So we have, apparently in 2025 now, the highest inundation of sargassum that it's been reported. We have a little bit of information on fish kills that I had not seen before. We're trying to get people to when they record videos, to show us, what fish species are being killed by the sargassum. But it appears that it's mostly the sardines and herrings, the close to shore species that are used for bait and that kind of thing. Are we thinking about doing something between this amount of sargassum and estimating the biomass that we lose every time we have these events?
Thanks, Graciela. I hadn't thought about that, but that strikes me as sort of a red tide type of problem, which of course we've been working in the Gulf on trying to estimate biomass losses due to red tide, harmful algal blooms. And so when we started doing that was when it became very apparent that in the stock assessment process, we needed to account for that excess source of mortality, right? We had our red grouper assessment. We saw this huge decline in catch per unit effort and abundance indices from 2005 to 2006, and it was apparent that that wasn't caused by fishing. So I'm not sure if we would want to go down that road without a clear use for the information, right? But it's certainly something that we could consider doing. Yeah.
Any more questions from Mandy? No, okay, thank you, Mandy.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Vance Vicente, SSC.
Yeah, I thought that we were gonna have a little break, but that's okay. I'll go ahead.
Yeah, let's do that because let's do a quick break.
Thank you.
Yeah, 10 minutes. Okay, we're gonna get started again. We have Vance Vicente with the SSC report.
Well, good morning, everybody. I'm Vance Vicente. I'm the chairman of the Scientific and Statistical Committee. And thank you for inviting me to the Caribbean Fishery Management Council 187th Caribbean Fishery Management Council meeting. Most of my talk is not, in fact, all of it is related of the, to, second slide, please, to my participation in the CEDAR 84 U.S. Caribbean Yellowtail Snapper and Stoplight Parrotfish Stock Assessment Review Workshop. This review workshop took place between July 15 and July 18 of 2025 at Fort Lauderdale, Florida, USA. I also want to acknowledge that in this meeting, Julian had an excellent participation in the meeting. There were also other members from the council, and that is Graciela Garcia Molineri and Renny Garcia, which was one of the review panel members, and myself. I don't know if I missed anybody else there. All the others, many of the others were present in the webinar. So at least, and Elizabeth, right? Thank you. So first, I mean, it's always good to revise what's the purpose of CEDAR and what does CEDAR consist of. Well, the template of CEDAR is the following. It consists of 3 workshops and follow 5 steps. The first step is the data workshop, during which fisheries dependent and fisheries independent monitoring and life history data of fish stock are reviewed and compiled. The second workshop is the assessment process, which utilizes the data that gets synthesized during the first data workshop. And the third step is the review workshop, which is the one I try to summarize the best I can, which is the subject of this report, during which independent experts review the input data, the assessment methods, in other words, the models, assessments, stock models that are used, and the assessment products, like what do we do with all these models that I'm going to try to explain. The fourth step of CEDAR is the final completed assessment, which includes the reports of all the 3 aforementioned stages and of all supporting documentation. Finally, the fifth step is the completed assessment report, which is then forwarded to the council, the Scientific and Statistical Committee of the Caribbean Fishery Management Council, for certification as appropriate for management and development of specific management recommendations. The slides I'm going to be using are a little bit saturated, so I'm going to go over them. The reason why I put up as much information as possible is that the SSC members have a source of this meeting in a summarized way for the next SSC meeting, when I suppose that we're going to be discussing the final report. The following components consisted of the CEDAR 84 consisted of a review panel, which consisted of 6 panel members, 2 from the council and SSC members, and 4 from other institutions, U.S. Virgin Islands, Elizabeth, MSU, IFC, and COB. The analytic team is the second team. It consisted of 2 members, both from the Southeast Fisheries Science Center of the National Marine Fisheries Service. There were 4 appointed observers, 3 from the Caribbean Fishery Management Council District Advisory Panel of St. Croix, USVI, and 1 from the CFMC District Advisory Panel of St. Thomas, St. John, U.S. Virgin Islands. There were also additional observers. There were 14 additional observers, which included, among others, 3 from NOAA, 2 from the regional office from Zero, 2 from the Science Center and the Southwest Fisheries Science Center, 2 staff members, 1 from CEDAR and 1 from the CFMC, and 1 workshop observer from the Southeast Fisheries Science Center, Baucan. What were the species in question? Well, there were 2 species, the yellowtail snapper, Oceurus chrysurus, and the stoplight, one slide before that one. Sí, el anterior, ese. And the stoplight parrotfish, Sparissoma viride. The Caribbean yellowtail snapper is interesting. Snapper stock has been addressed in 2 previous CEDAR stock assessment processes. That is the CEDAR 8 and in CEDAR 46. In addition, in the latter, in the CEDAR 46, the stoplight parrotfish stock was also previously assessed. Both of these taxa at present are classified as reef fish units, fishery management units, and managed on their respective island-based fishery management program as data-limited species. What about these species? Well, these species are very contrasting. For example, they differ in their life history characteristics. The yellowtail snapper is dioecious, that means they have separate sexes, male and females, while the stoplight parrotfish is a protandrous sequential hermaphrodite, and therefore with 3 sexes. Their feeding habits, their behavior, and their ecological functions differ. The yellowtail snapper is carnivorous and preys on the water column, on small fish and squids, as well as on benthic reef invertebrates, such as decapod crustaceans, that is shrimps, stomatopods, crabs. The spotlight parrotfish, on the other hand, is a macroalgal grazer, herbivorous, and feeds almost exclusively on algae, on large and sparse turfs of algae growing over dead corals, and endolithic algae which live within the coral skeleton. And they both have similar biographic distribution. That's just to give you a little bit of biological background on these 2 species. In the process, there were 4 different stock assessment models used. Model 1, Model 2, Model 3, and Model 4. On the right of each model, Model 1 was applied to the St. Croix stoplight parrotfish and St. Thomas St. John yellowtail snapper and the Puerto Rico yellowtail snapper, and for the Puerto Rico St. Thomas St. John yellowtail snapper, in which data were combined. Model 2 was used for St. Croix, St. Thomas St. John, Puerto Rico, and for the Puerto Rico St. Thomas St. John yellowtail snapper stock. And Model 3 for St. Thomas St. John, and 2nd, and 2 for Puerto Rico, and Model 4 for Puerto Rico, which was a test model to test for convergence. For each model, among other parameters, which I will list in the next slide, the key spawning potential ratio, SPR, plots are provided with specific horizontal red lines indicating the MSY proxy of 40% of SPR. The next slide. The population parameters plotted for each model were 15. These models are very complex and they take in consideration a lot of variables, which are very confusing for non-modelers and non-mathematicians like myself. So that's the list. Size at age, observed and expected landings, size selectivity, SPR, SPR phase, SPR ratio, length fit aggregated cross time, length fit mean length, NCRMP for the National Coral Reef Monitoring Program, recruitment deviations on fish ratio, fishing mortality parameters, length composition, and the index of the NCRMP, Index of Abundance of the National Coral Reef Monitoring Program. The whole CEDAR process is based on terms of references, and there were 8 terms of reference which the panel followed in order to conduct the model analysis. Under the CR 84 snapper and stoplight, section 5 review workshop, the review panel submitted, responded to the 8 mandated terms of reference. I mean, these are the legal things that need to be addressed during the CEDAR process. Terms of reference 1, essentially what it does, it evaluates the data from the data workshop. How good is the data? How well does it apply to assess the stock of the species in question? For St. Thomas, St. John, and Puerto Rico yellowtail snapper, the panel recommended that for the yellowtail snapper model, the stock unit should have been explored further and needs to reflect the biology of the species and its dynamics. So there was one of the criticisms. The panel also believed that the time series for St. Thomas and St. John fisheries is too short for this species. And the reason for that is that the longevity, the life expectancy, is for a species that is 20 to 30 years, using a time series of 12 years, the panel believed that is not enough. In Puerto Rico, the decision to drop the initial NCRMP survey time series was thought to be premature. Uncertainties were acknowledged, such as too short time series in the landing efforts, 2, difficulty in quantifying fisher catch per unit effort, 3, distrust in the landing report data, 4, limited samples of fisheries dependent of the trip interview program, length composition data, 5, incomplete data sets, in other words, not capturing the juvenile trends, and 6, uncertain connectivity. Other uncertainties were not acknowledged, such as the uncertainties in the NCRMP seasonality and the limitations of the NCRMP in capturing indices of abundance for the larger yellowtail snapper or the juvenile parrotfish. However, on the other hand, the panel did agree that based on the model requirements, the best available data used was appropriately applied. Regarding the evaluation of data for the St. Croix stoplight parrotfish, the panel did not agree that the data was reliable because, again, of the short time series for parrotfish to support the assessment approach and finding. Furthermore, the panel is concerned about the very limited trip interview program length composition data, and there was an overall distrust in the catch report data. The panel also believed that there are biases associated with the index data used by the NCRMP program, potentially missing seasonal or environmental changes in the parrotfish abundance. Remember that for St. Croix, only the stoplight parrotfish stock was addressed, not the yellowtail snapper. Okay. The NCRMP methodology certainly misses a significant portion of young of the year stoplight parrotfish. Next slide. Oops. Hold on a second. Yeah. The evaluation of the data for the St. Thomas St. John yellowtail snapper, the panel believed that the input data series for the St. Thomas St. John yellowtail snapper is unreliable, as well as insufficient to support the assessment approach and findings. The reason, excuse me, the reason for this disagreement is that the historic landing data used is only 12 years in a fish that lives for 20 to 30 years. In addition, the panel believes that the fisheries independent index data used for the model include the seasonality NCRMP data collection, 2 weeks in August every 2 years, which potentially misses, no estoy bien, gracias, which potentially misses the seasonal or environmental changes in the yellowtail abundance and misses larger, older fish that are found in highest abundance. The panel believes that the DCRMP, the District Coral Reef Monitoring Program data, is helpful in capturing this subset, but the DCRMP time series and sample size was also considered to be too small. The evaluation of the data for the Puerto Rico yellowtail snapper. The panel believes that the input series for the Puerto Rico yellowtail snapper is unreliable and insufficient to support the assessment approach and findings. And the reasoning behind this disagreement are, one, that there is no recreational data available in Puerto Rico, and the NCRMP methodology misses larger, older fish, among other reasons. In the next slide, TOR 2, terms of reference 2, is to evaluate not the data now, but the methods used to assess the stock, taking into account the available data. The panel agreed that the stock synthesis 3, SS3, was correctly applied for all three stock assessments: St. Croix stoplight parrotfish, St. Thomas St. John yellowtail, and Puerto Rico yellowtail snapper. The configurations and assumptions of the models, for example, fixed versus estimated parameters, which options were selected within SS3, were not all documented in the assessment workshop report. For all three assessments, there were a few changes in the configuration and inputs of the SS3 during the review workshop. The evaluation of the methods utilized for the stock assessment of the St. Croix stoplight parrotfish. The panel believes, one, the standard deviation around the estimate of fish mortality were really high, indicating that the model was not able to estimate fish mortality well. This could either be an indication of model misspecifications or data quality issue. Third, there was also very poor convergence of FMSY in the both models run. The panel also believed that the method used for the St. Thomas St. John yellowtail snapper, they believe that the dome-shaped selectivity, what? TOR 2, yeah. ¿Qué pasó? Ahí estamos, sí. St. Thomas St. John. Están en orden. La otra, sí. For St. Thomas St. John yellowtail snapper, that the dome-shaped selectivity for the two fisheries independent surveys, NCRMP and DCRMP, was questioned, as this assumption has strong implications for the representation of large fish in the population and the fishery. After the review workshop, again for St. Thomas St. John yellowtail snapper, it remained unclear if other model configurations were correctly specified based on the diagnostics or issues were related to data quality. See more details in TOR 4. Similar issues to those observed with the St. Croix stoplight parrotfish model were evident for this model as well, including high uncertainty around fishing mortality again, and recruitment estimates, and the poor convergence of the FMSY. Next slide. The evaluation of the methods used for the Puerto Rico yellowtail snapper. Well, the review panel raised concerns about the use of dome-shaped selectivity for the NCRMP survey and the choice of the H plus as a plus group. After the review workshop, it remained unclear if other models configurations were correctly specified based on the diagnostics. 3, there was high uncertainty around the fishing mortality and the recruit estimates. There was also high uncertainty around fixing fishing mortality and recruitment estimates and poor convergence of FMSY. Next slide. Espérate un segundito aquí. The evaluation of the methods used for St. Croix stoplight parrotfish, again, the review panel was concerned about the short time series, commercial catch and length composition, index of abundance. While SS3 is a flexible and powerful stock assessment model, its performance depends on having sufficient data to inform the model. In this case, data appears insufficient to support the model complexity. Additionally, only 5 years of survey index were available. The SS3 is still ultimately an age structure model that converts lengths to ages, which this assessment does not have enough information or data for. That was a major criticism. Also, the workshop also showed how sensitive the model outputs were to the trade-off of fits between the commercial catch and the fishery independent index numbers and estimation of growth parameters. The two models run also show opposite signals in overfishing and overfish status. The evaluation of the data for St. Thomas and St. John yellowtail snapper, the review panel was concerned again about the short time series, and the data appears insufficient to support the complexity of the model, of the SS3 model. In other words, the data was found to be not sufficient enough for them to produce a final assessment models. The method used for the Puerto Rico yellowtail snappers indicate that either the model was not configured correctly or SS3, the model, SS3 model still be too complex given the data quality. ¿Qué pasó? ¿Ah? Puerto Rico yellowtail snapper. Sí, sí. Ese que estoy hablando ahora. Ok, sí. Ok. Sensitivity analysis conducted during the review workshop show how sensitivity model outputs were to the trade-off of fits between the commercial catch and the NCRMP plus NCRMP La Parguera survey, which was the longest time series. Given that it is unclear if the model is sensitive because of model misspecifications or data quality issues, and considering the sufficient length of data, it remains uncertain if the model used, the SS3 model, is the appropriate model for this assessment. CEDAR 84, St. Thomas St. John yellowtail snapper and the Puerto Rico yellowtail snapper. The question, is it likely the stock is overfished? What information helps you reach this conclusion about the St. Thomas St. John yellowtail snapper and the Puerto Rico yellowtail snapper? Unknown. The results are too sensitive to model assumption to allow for a conclusion about this topic. Second question, is it likely that stock is undergoing overfishing? What information helps you reach this conclusion? Unknown. The results are too sensitive to model assumption to allow for conclusion about this topic. Terms of reference 4 is to comment on the degree to which methods used to evaluate uncertainty reflect and capture the significant sources of uncertainty in the population data sources and assessment methods. 1. Stock synthesis SS3 include a set of standard approaches to investigate uncertainties. These tools were applied to the assessment, and a standard set of diagnostic was used to evaluate model stability for the 3 stocks. These diagnostics include checks for convergence, correlation analysis, variance evaluation, jitter analysis, residual analysis, retrospective analysis, and likelihood profiles. Additionally, sensitivity runs were conducted, many of them, by the way. The base models from the AW were changed during the review workshop due to some mistakes detected in the configurations. The new base model and sensitivity runs are documented in Annex 1. Note that this full set of diagnostics were not updated for the new base model agreed upon during the review workshop. Uncertainty regarding the stoplight parrotfish. Well, in summary, I'm not going to read all the small letters because first I cannot read them myself. But in summary, while appropriate diagnostics and sensitivity runs were conducted, the combination of model instability and interacting uncertainties made it difficult to confidently attribute outcomes to specific sources. This makes it difficult to reach clear conclusions due to the various sources of uncertainty. further investigation of model assumptions, alternative parameterizations, and potential data conflicts is necessary. Regarding uncertainties with the Puerto Rico yellowtail snapper, again, in summary, the combination of model instability and interacting uncertainties made it difficult to confidently attribute outcomes to specific sources. As a result, drawing clear conclusions remain challenging. To address this, improvements in data quality, increased data collection, extensions of the time series, and combining this stock with the St. John, St. Thomas data are recommended. Next slide. Uncertainty regarding the combined St. Thomas, St. John, and with the Puerto Rico yellowtail snapper. One, due to uncertainties in the model structure, the recognition that the stocks from PR and St. Thomas, St. John are part of a larger population. This was criticized that why we were looking at what should be the same stock in two different locations when they're all part of the same stock. The short time series available for the stock in St. John, St. Thomas, and looking into the survey indices that peaked in 2012. The review panel recommended to build a combined model using data from both Puerto Rico and St. Thomas, St. John. Efforts were initiated, presented, and discussed during the review workshop. While the first combined models did not converge, a second attempt successfully converged and provided a basis for further research. Terms of reference 5 are the recommendations. First, for St. Croix stoplight parrotfish, population structure studies could be conducted through genetics, tagging, fish larvae, otolith microchemistry, or modeling. Second, to consider increasing the time series with data available back in time. 3, to increase the sample size of the length composition. 4, to continue the efforts and explore alternative survey sampling designs. 5, reevaluate the assumptions used in the models of steepness and SR. Alternative method 6, alternative method for estimating mortality. And 7, to improve the otolith samples and try to convert length composition into edges, which is what this SS3 model is used for. The recommendation for St. Thomas, St. John, and Puerto Rico yellowtail snapper, the recommendations are the following. 1, further investigate the population structure of these two stocks. 2, alternative methods for estimating, again, mortality. 3, increase sample size for commercial length compositions. 4, to collect data from the recreational fleet in Puerto Rico. And 5, models were very sensitive to growth and length at age. It is recommended to increase otolith readings and try to produce age length keys for some year to try to fit the model. TOR 6, term of reference 6, provide guidance on the key improvements in data or modeling approaches that should be considered when scheduling the next assessment. U.S. Caribbean stoplight parrotfish, that's St. Croix. 1, to consider increasing the time series. 2, to consider the use of data-limited methods to provide advice. For the yellowtail snapper, include the 2-area unit model recommendation. And 2, model-based survey estimated explore spatial temporal models that could combine the National Coral Reef Monitoring Program indices from both islands. TOR 7, provide recommendations on possible ways to improve the CEDAR process that was not addressed, at least not written, not in the report. And TOR 8, prepare a peer review summary summarizing the panel's overall discussions and recommendations. This is just a table showing what the different models, model 1, 2, and 3, and 4, and what the parameters used for each of these models. I'm not going to go into details first because I don't understand it. I included just a few of the plots just to show you how diverged the results are using two different models with the same data. For example, in here in figure 1, we show the depletion level, that is the fraction of unfished spawning output estimated by the base run model 1 and the sensitivity run model 2 on the right. You can use as a reference of the SMPR of 0.4, which is the management target, and look at the variability, the differences in the results by using two different models. Again, so we see a similar pattern in differences in the spawning potential ratio, SPR, estimated by the base run on the left and the sensitivity run on the right. On the third figure, we show the depletion level, fraction upon fish spawning output estimated by the base run on the left and the sensitivity run on the right. Overall, the combination model sensitivity to assumptions, data conflicts, and uncertain historical trends limit the assessment's utility for informing robust science-based management measures. That's all I have with regards to CEDAR 84. Yeah, that's last time I was building up on that a little more. But for the next SSC meeting, well, again, I believe that we have to discuss. It's up to the council and the CEDAR 84. No, there's a no on that. The CEDAR 91 SSC, yes. Okay. And just a note on the species matrix ecosystem components that was being discussed earlier. I mean, like Senai said, we've done this before several times. One, we spent a lot of time during SSC meetings, as well as a meeting that we had at Southeast Fishery Science Center, establishing the vulnerability of each of the species, each of the FMUs that we manage in the Caribbean. And that was based on life history characteristic, whether the species was xenotopic or etopic regarding changes in temperature, salinity, pH, and other parameters that we use. I don't know, we should really look back into that to see how much of that information is going to be useful. It's useful to reevaluate the status of the stocks and the fishery management plans now. So, but there's a lot of information on that. And regarding to specifying which species fall under criteria 3, 4, 5. I mean, there's some ecological accepted concepts. For example, I suggest that we apply the keystone species concept of Robert T. Payne. But that's in regards to the importance of a species on the ecosystem. And as an example, this is a species, any taxon, that does not necessarily have to be abundant in order to exert major changes in the structure and function of the ecosystem. Okay. And one example of this we know is the diadema, that a certain population density that are beneficial in preventing the dominance of macroalgae over other components, coral reef, corals, sponges, etc., at certain intermediate density levels. And that's as an example for invertebrate, and then as an example for a fish, well, several of the Sparisoma species, okay, and depending on the species, because for example, you have the bucktooth parrotfish, Sparisoma radians, which is a grazer, but it feeds very lightly on the seagrass leaves, and they leave some very specific half-lunar scars on it. But then the others, such as Sparisoma viride, which is the subject, one of the species used for this stock assessment, they can very well at certain densities act as a keystone predator. In other words, by preventing algal growth to over outcompete other major components of the ecosystem. And also other criteria can be used where that species that is being evaluated, produces bioharm habitats, the functions, ecological functions like stabilization of unconsolidated substrates, ability to adapt to climate changes, primary production. And a lot of these have been addressed in the past. And what I suggest regarding this topic is that we look back at our data and what conclusions have we come up regarding whether a species can be or is an ecosystem component or needs to be added to the ecosystem component column. The species can be in various columns under criteria, 1, 2, or 3. But to make sure that we use these ecological functions to make the proper decision regarding whether a species is or how important it is as an ecosystem component. And I think I've talked enough. So if you have any questions on the model, well, Kevin will be very happy to answer the question. Kevin, go ahead.
Kevin.
Yeah, thanks, Vance, for that that good summary of the review process. A lot of the conclusions of the panel we don't disagree with. I'm having a hard time using the term instability. So Adriana and I were chatting back and forth here, and I agree with what she's saying here is the models are very sensitive to initial conditions, which a lot of that has to be assumptions, right? Given the length of time of the time series. And that instability is not the same thing as sensitive to inputs or lacking convergence. In other words, not able to arrive at estimates for various parameters. Instability in my mind implies other things. And we talked about this a little bit at the workshop, and the way some of the panel was using that term, the way I think of that term. But it's their review. They get to write whatever they want. So we can agree to disagree on the use of that term. I don't disagree that the results are very sensitive to assumptions. And a lot of that is, the data limited nature of this. So I'm not surprised by a lot of this. Now, we haven't seen the reports yet, so we haven't had a chance to go through. And I suspect there'll be plenty of things that we can build upon coming out of their recommendations. And so the reason when you were talking about the next SSC meeting, I think what I'm suggesting is that we wrap up CDR 91 for the Virgin Islands. We then move on to, at a future date, a future SSC meeting, we move on to the CDR 91 spiny lobster for Puerto Rico, given the analyses we're going to work with DRNA staff with. And because that, I would think the spiny lobster assessment takes precedent over this one. Certainly there are fishers who are interested in CDR 84 as well. But given the, sort of the value and the landings levels that spiny lobster represents, that would be my recommendation. And then we did come out of it, and we'll see even more when we see the reports of recommendations for moving forward. I don't disagree with a lot of these, on this first hearing of some of the recommendations. These may be, given the data limitations, more appropriate species for CDR 103, where we're looking at some alternatives, right? Especially in the Virgin Islands, where we've got that shorter time series, and that shorter time series is driven by species-specific landings only going back to 2012, and that's a real problem for models. Anyway, we could talk about this all day, but I'll spare you. But thanks for the debrief.
Thank you.
Andy?
Yeah, 2 comments. One, was struck by some of the model results that were shared. So first, thank you, Vance, for the very detailed briefing with regard to the review. I think it was very helpful. I think my takeaway is not all models are created equal, right? And so some models are better than others, all are wrong, right? There were certainly some things in there that definitely didn't look right with regard to spawning potential ratio trends. You don't see these knife edge changes, right, in some of the sensitivity runs that would be realistic in the first place, right? And so I don't know enough about the details of the assessment, but I think that's something that Kevin and team obviously are much more familiar with, and it'll be something that'll be important for the review going forward with the SSC to consider any sort of changes there. My comment is really with your last bullet on this slide, and my recommendation is the SSC hold off on discussing the species matrix and the fishery management unit changes. I don't necessarily disagree, with your concepts and what you're laying out there, but I think it's important that this council further develops the amendment, and then you're able to provide input and refine and react to that information. So I'll talk to Miguel and others, but that's my recommendation, is not to get too far out ahead of the process right now where it stands.
Yeah, thank you, Andy.
Julian?
Julian McGrath for the record. Excellent presentation, Vance. I was there with you, along with the rest of the group. It was a very intense week. 3 solid days of running models, trying to make the model fit the data, and it was very stressful for everyone. Very, very stressful. But one thing I want to say is this shows the importance of this review with external people who actually doesn't know what's taking place. Like the guy said on the last day, I don't remember his name, but he was the lead of the group. And his last words was, the biggest asset in the room was me as the fisher. And the fishers must be used more when doing the entire process. He says, every species is not built to be fit in a model. There's other ways to get away from running the process without models. And I can see why he said so, because we spent 3 days, 10 hours a day running models. And I felt for Kevin and the team, because they were left with a lot of homework every day, trying to get the data to fit the model. So, but, the outcome is these people see things that we don't see. And they had a lot of questions, and I was able to answer a lot of the questions by communicating with the fishers in Puerto Rico and in St. Croix. He had questions. They weren't in the room. I was the only one in the room. I could have speak with St. Thomas. I spoke with Sinai's team. I had questions. I called text into his office. The guy says, once you have my answer, raise your hand. I communicated with 5 fishers, including Carlos from St. Croix, asking how many fishers do this, how many fishers, and all of those answers was very helpful. And that's the importance of us being involved. Spoke with Nelson. Nelson contacted the guy who got sick last minute that couldn't be at the meeting. I was able to get his answers. So out of the entire process, I find this review the most important. I sat on the lobster, the lobster 57. We did that one in Florida also. And I went there with vertigo. And they used to walk me up to the table to answer the questions. But we did it. I had 2 other fishers. Gerson was there and Velasquez was there at that meeting. So I just wanted to put that there, I think it was a long week and it was a very productive week, but it's really a lot to go through in a short period of time, trying to get stuff to work. So I was thankful that I was able to be there as part of the process and look forward to continue being part of the process. Thank you.
Yeah, one thing that I forgot to add. Thank you, Julian. there was one comment, I think it was by the president of the panel, what was his name, Carlos? The Portuguese guy, yeah, he's a little, yeah. Yeah, he said, oh, by the way, these models are not the only things that can be used to assess a stock. That there are other ways of looking at stock, like putting more effort into the collection of data, improving the quality of data, involving more the fishers on this aspect, which goes along with what Kevin was saying earlier this morning, that they're changing the ways of us evaluating what the fishery status is. But anyhow, that did come up in that meeting. Thank you.
Okay, anything further for Vance? All right, hearing none, what we're gonna do is we're gonna break for lunch. And then we'll be back at 1:30 and continue on with the OEAP. Okay, we're gonna get started again. Next on the agenda is the Outreach and Education Advisory Panel, with our chairperson, Janet Ramos. Get hit. Go.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today, I will share, Cristina, the presentation, please. Today, I will share a report that highlights our recent activities, the projects we have underway, and the priorities that will guide our work in the months ahead. Next slide, Cristina. Todavía. Okay. I will begin with an overview of the Outreach and Education Advisory Panel, recent activities and meetings. This will give you a picture of the work we have done and how we have continued our outreach and education efforts through partnerships and community engagement. Next slide. One of our key activities has been our participation in the MREP Planning Unit team meetings. As part of these efforts, we organized a small expo on lesser used fish species during the June 2025 MREP meeting. This event was co-hosted by Chef Lorena Arroyo and myself. Last year, Chef Arroyo completed the continuing education course on lesser used fish species for culinary professionals, a course made possible thanks to the collaboration between the CFMC, the Puerto Rico Sea Grant Program, and the University of Puerto Rico at Mayagüez. By connecting culinary expertise with fisheries education, we aim to promote the consumption of lesser used fish species, diversify consumer demand, and relieve pressure on overfish stocks. Next slide. Another highlight was our work with children from the annual summer camp organized by Protectores de Cuencas in Guánica. We took them by boat, following all the safety protocols, to Los Pozos Beach in Cabo Rojo. Cabo Rojo is in the southwest coast of the island. Once there, they participated in educational talks about marine ecosystems, protected species, and the local history that shapes this coastal area. Hands-on learning like this is a powerful tool. It inspires awareness, environmental awareness, and builds appreciation for marine resources in the generations that will inherit them. Next slide, Cristina. On July 23, 2025, we held our scheduled OAIP meeting. Beforehand, members and fisheries liaisons were asked to submit a list of needs from the fishing communities they represent. This allowed us to compile a broad and diverse set of concerns covering both urgent challenges and long-term priorities. Our discussion generated strong ideas and clearly defined priorities that will guide our strategic actions in the months ahead. A table compiling all the ideas and proposed projects for the new year was created, and I brought two printed copies with me in case anyone would like to review them. I have it in here with me. Next slide. From this process came our recommendations: the development of educational materials, training sessions, and communication resources targeted to commercial and recreational fishers, educators, youth, and coastal community members across Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands. This will be distributed through community organizations, regional workshops, school visits, CFMC events, and online platforms, and ensuring broad, meaningful, and lasting access. Next slide. Now, let's move into our ongoing projects, initiatives that reflect our continued commitment to outreach and education. One project we are especially proud is the 2026 calendar. This work will highlight the contributions of fishing families with whose livelihoods depend on the sea. These are families who pass down fishing skills and knowledge through generations. As you can see in this photo, we have the son, the father, and the grandfather. This family is from Puerto Real in Cabo Rojo. It will recognize not only their role in supplying fresh local seafood, but also their commitment to preserving coastal knowledge and sustaining a way of life that supports the cultural and economic well-being of our communities. We have another family in the calendar from the town of Ceiba in the east coast of the island. Fishing has been their way of life for many years. The father cannot read or write, but he's a skilled and responsible fisherman and also an artisan. His wife cooks the fresh catch he brings to the restaurant in the fishing village. Their children also take part in the work. The son goes fishing and the daughter sells the fish. The grandmother helps in the kitchen. In this family, the son fishes with his father. It was encouraging to hear them that they still use a traditional method from past generations, sinking the traps and later finding them by reading simple signs in nature. Another family you will see in the calendar is that of our dear Gerson Martinez from San Croix and his family. He's going to be there with his son and other members of the family. Next slide, Cristina. This is a little presentation. This concludes my presentation. And now, another project. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The next slide, projects in process, is the book Bajo la Luna, written by Tania Marrero Rodriguez and illustrated by Paco Lopez Mojica. It's a collection of stories that invites children to explore the wonders beneath the seas and learn what we must do to protect marine life. It highlights the importance of respect and of learning to coexist with another species. Next slide. And the fish catalog of Puerto Rico and the USBI, Dr. Alida Ortiz is still working on it. It's a comprehensive reference book that documents the rich diversity of fish species in the region and is now in this final stage of development. Next slide. Questions? Next slide. Thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Janet. Questions or comments for Janet?
Janet, the book last one that Janet presented is in collaboration with the fishers of the DAP, St. Thomas, St. John, St. Croix, and Puerto Rico, the fish book that Alida was putting together. The idea came from the group in St. Thomas, which was to illustrate the species that are important to the commercial and recreational fisheries with information that they would like to see in that book. And hopefully we get the fundings. We will publish the calendar and those two books, 2025/26.
Thank you, Miguel.
Any more questions for Janet? Hearing none. Thank you, Janet.
Thank you.
Next, we have Cristina Olan with the social network.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Buenas tardes. Thank you for this opportunity to share and present what we have been doing with our social media platforms in the council. I'm going to share some of the highlights in our social media. Feel free at the end to ask me any questions, recommendations, or comments. Thank you. So we have, in terms of the social media platforms, we have Facebook, Instagram, X, LinkedIn, Threads, YouTube, Blue Sky and ISO that you are using now for documents and for the meetings, and also books, newsletters, and other documents that are related to the council's mission. As usual, the content that we share is mostly focused on seasonal closures, local and federal, regulations, meetings and workshops, outreach and education activities, marine species, shared content that we share from other agencies and other organizations that are collaborating with the council, or also that are sharing content related to the council's mission. Collaborative content, followers requests, people that write to us and ask questions, funding opportunities, bulletins, Big Fish initiative, and also, of course, the DM and the inbox that we receive messages from people asking for materials, trying to clarify some doubts, or asking questions about the marine environment in general. We have some examples of great collabs, shares, and mentions. Again, those are some examples, but there are many, many followers and people that are also contributing to spread our message through our social media. One of the most successful collaborations is the one that we have with Big Fish initiative that is focused on protecting the fish spawning aggregations in the wider Caribbean. We also, this year, we had a collaborative post that we did with Puerto Rico Sea Grant also, and with the fishers from Puerto Real. We have also the example of Isla Mar and Meros PR in a collaborative post that Isla Mar used some of the information that was included in the Nassau Grouper poster. El programa de estadísticas de pesca recreativa marina that we are continuing collaborating to spreading their message and also ours. We have the 787 fishing charters by Captain Marcos Hanke. Some videos released in Mutton Snapper during close season. Mentions as one that Coral PR did to us while Wilson was having an exhibition there in one of their activities. Costa Marine PR is also a store that is close to it will open soon, and Miguel and Diana, they visited Costa Marine, and they also bring some materials. And this week, because they brought the materials, they did a reel also collaborating with us. The owner of Costa Marine was a participant at MREP Puerto Rico. Chef Lorraine Arroyo during MREP, Ritmicano Eliso, that is also a Puerto Rico DAP member. La Fresca PR, that is always sharing our posts, especially when we announce seasonal closures. Pescadores Comerciales y el Ambiente, that is a successful long-time collaboration too. A new collabs, we are posting collaboratively with Reef Responsible BI. And also the most successful one was the one with Chispa. He's the owner of the drop fishing charters. And it was when we announced the new regulations regarding back limits and size limits of the wahoo and dolphin fish. Those were the posts in English and Spanish that we always do our posting in English and Spanish, both languages. And again, those were only some examples, and we are totally grateful for all the continued support and collaboration from the followers. WhatsApp, Wilson Santiago has a broadcast list that we use to send the message also through the broadcast list, and it has been very successful for a long, long time. And also Gerson Martinez, that he has 2 chats, and they allowed us to post information there too for the people in St. Croix. We have this new section that Marta already mentioned about the IRA projects, Advancing Sustainable Fisheries. It is on our website, and it includes a summary of the projects that are undergoing, and also the newsletter of the projects in English and Spanish too. Those are examples of the newsletter. CFMC takes action, CFMC toma acción. Also, we do collaborative work with the other councils, with the regional management, fishery management councils. This is a document about developing effective motions that was prepared by the Outreach and Communications team from the U.S. Regional Fishery Management Councils. We translated to Spanish here in Puerto Rico, and the person that was doing the layout, Nick Smiley from the South Atlantic Fishery Management Council, he did also the layout for the Spanish version, and it is also included in our ISO, and it was announced in our social media platforms. We have also MREP that we have been collaborating with this wonderful program for years now. And also specifically in terms of the social media, every time that we post something regarding MREP, it attracts a lot of people, and it is because it is focused on features, it is focused on how features can become involved, and it's from features to features, and it's a great educational programs to continue spreading the word and promoting, the action. So it is always very good when we share content regarding MREP. We also do some collaborative announcements with MREP, MREP USBI, MREP Puerto Rico. In terms of activities, workshops that we announce, we have Salvapeje, Assist the Fish, that is the St. Thomas version of Salvapeje, and PEPCO, el Programa de Educación para Pescadores Comerciales. And every time that we have these activities, because we have also a whole list of attendance list, we get information from features, and this information is included in the CFMC master list. So now those features that are attending the workshops, they are also included in the master list, and they receive the emails. The emails from the CFMC. We also collaborated with Meros PR, providing audiovisual support, providing copies of the Descending Devices newsletter, and also it was a very good opportunity to share CFMC outreach and education materials. And again, it's not about myself or what I can do alone, it's a matter of people. So I'm very thankful for all the people that helped me to create this content, for all the support, all the followers. So thanks to all the staff members, panel members, committee members, fishers, followers, scientists, managers, people in NOAA, collaborators, friends, among many other persons, for all the support, informations, and ideas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christina.
If you have any questions, I'm here, or recommendations.
Question? Yeah, Vanessa.
Thank you, Vanessa Ramirez. Christina, I want to thank you, and also Janet Wilson, her son, and all the guys that work in the staff for education programs. As always, I have to thank you personally, because you're always in the hot spot with me in the different things that we do, especially at the West Coast. So I want to also ask to my partners here that we need to support more the education programs, and we need to put some money on that, especially for the things that they need to develop. And it's the only way that the fishermen can get the information that we manage in here. And the first thing that they usually ask is how we communicate with them, and all this group is making a great job with that. Thank you.
Gracias. Thanks.
Nelson?
One question to Christina. How you do it? I always think that you are in front of a computer with like an octopus, pushing so many buttons, because I can figure out how you do it, but thank you for that. And in the same line of Christina, thank you to all of you, because you are doing an excellent job. And I think it's appropriate, because like I said in the ad hoc meeting, it is necessary to provide more outreach and education because I think that is the future of the management. I think we have to need more outreach instead more species under management. That is the key for the futures, and I think it's going to work better. And the fishermen like it that. Thank you.
Bill?
Cristina, thank you for your work. I know that you do a lot of things besides your personal things. She's a teacher of Taekwondo or Jiu-Jitsu, work with the farmers,
Taekwondo.
everybody and his brother. But according to your experience and based on the method that you have, besides WhatsApp, what is the most effective way of communicating through social media with the fishers?
Through social media. Right now, WhatsApp is the first one, but Instagram. Instagram is growing a lot. They use Facebook and Instagram. We have a lot of other platforms that we use to reach other audiences, but the main ones are Instagram, Facebook, and WhatsApp.
Do you think that more fishers are coming into Instagram, communicating with us?
They are coming more to Instagram. Yeah. And in terms of the councils, regarding the numbers of followers, we are the first one and on followers, and it's growing a lot. So yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks. And again, thank you very much for all your support and yeah, and this great opportunity of spreading the word.
Teamwork, we have good people.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, anything further for Christina? None, thank you very much, Christina. Before we continue on with the liaison reports, we want to give the opportunity. We have a representative here from the HMS group, Delise Ortiz, and we have a concern from Crespo. Want to?
Okay.
Hi, everybody. Like Miguel said, my name's Delise Ortiz, and I'm with the HMS Management Division, and just kind of stop by to answer any questions concerning the management of Atlantic HMS. In yesterday's meeting, at the end, there was some comments made and request on increasing the limit for skipjack under the HMS Commercial Caribbean Small Boat Permit. There was a request, a letter that was sent by the fishermen from Aguadilla, making this request in addition to being able to use skipjack as bait, as it's used a lot in the red snap, in the snapper fishery here in Puerto Rico. Our response was that there were other options that might facilitate the need to have a higher retention limit, such as the use of the general Atlantic tunas, the Atlantic tunas general category permit, which does not have a retention limit for tunas. The tricky part about that permit, though, is that instead of being able to catch and sell the product like the Commercial Caribbean Small Boat Permit allows, when you have an Atlantic tunas general category permit, you can only sell the tuna to a federally permitted dealer. So that requires that you have an individual at shore that has a federal tuna dealer permit and buys your product. You can either sell to an individual or you can be the dealer yourself and remove the middleman. But that means that any reporting requirements, any requirements to have all the necessary permits fall on that individual. And the question at the end of our response was that, would that solve some of these issues regarding upping the retention limit? The reason the 10 tuna limit under the Commercial Caribbean Small Boat Permit was established back in 2013 was just based on public hearings and scoping that we did all through the island at the time. That's not to say that it can't be changed, but that was the reasoning and that was our response. And I'm just wondering if there's any additional comments or or request from this body.
Nelson?
Thank you, Delis, for that info. And I have another question because commercial fishermen, after know about the executive order, they asked me about the possibility of allowing the catch and sale of marlin, just like in Hawaii. Currently, this fishing is well regulated. A large number of and large numbers are no longer landed in fishing tournaments, and there is a great abundance of this species. Now, the normative at the tournament is catch and release the most of the time. Also, that is why we might call a black market for this species, and so restaurant buy it and offer to the customers, allowing the controlled capture and sale of this species by the commercial fishermen could benefit the commercial sector and at the same time help to achieve the expectation of this executive order.
So what I'm hearing is that there's a request to allow for the sale of marlin in the island, is that correct?
Yes.
Obviously, that's not something that I can answer right now, but what I would encourage is for any request in changes to HMS regulations that the council make a formal request to the division pertaining to various things that I've heard today, which is the increase in the retention limit for skipjack under the Atlantic the Commercial Caribbean Small Boat Permit, the ability to use skipjack as bait, and also to allow for the sale of marlin.
Also, I have another comment because there is a gap that is not clear. That if it's allowed for the commercial fisher to catch marlin by highland line, I think in the regulation is a gap that is not clear because they're talking about rod and reel, but they never talk about hand line for the commercial fishers.
I would have to double check, but under our regulations, in terms of the gears allowed under the recreational fishery, it's usually rod and reel and hand line are the recreational gears, but I would have to double check on that and we can, I can clarify that.
Wilson?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Wilson Santiago for the record. With who or where does the council have to address or for, because I know that for the Caribbean small boat permit in the past, they changed the back limit for the pay espada. So for the swordfish from 2 to 18. I know I haven't known a feature that in one trip can get 18. So maybe it's the same process. They can do. And other thing, just thank you for everything, Delis, really. All this past month, I have been calling Delis with regarding features, renovation, the HMS permit. Just yesterday, I sent a list of 11 people from Cataño Fishing Village, and we are attending it, and she's always helping Puerto Rico, Spanish-speaker people, fishers.
Thank you, Wilson. I love helping my people out. So that's what I'm here for. So with regards to who the request would go to, I would address it to Randy Blankenship and send it to the HS Management Division's office, and I can provide you, the information of how you can send it. And then, yeah, it was the same process with the swordfish stemmed from, we have several swordfish permits, and they all had different retention limits. So in part was to increase fishing opportunities, but also make all the retention limits consistent among permits. So that was, the intent of that, not that we figured somebody with a vessel that's less than 45 foot would catch 18 swordfish. But that was some of the rationale background for that change. But that stemmed also from a request from fishermen and councils. So, thank you.
Miguel?
Yeah, to clarify, we sent a letter on behalf of the council, taking these points that have been discussed today. But remember, the council cannot ask HMS, you should do this and that. It's just that we submit to HMS the topics so they can evaluate that part. But just to clarify to the point that Nelson made, you're talking about opening the sale of recreational caught fish or opening the sale and catch by commercial fishers or both?
No, sell and catch for commercial fishers.
By using hand line and
Online and rod and reel.
reel?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, the most of the time, the commercial fishers, they have, it's not common, but I have encountered with marlins when we are fishing, maybe we are fishing for mahis, or maybe we are fishing for the water snapper, and the marlin hanging around. And that is an opportunity to have a bycatch that maybe we can have an income, because not always the catch is good. And catching a marlin, maybe if it's possible, can be implementing a regulated catch and sale of marlin. We don't want big quantity, maybe one per day or a few amounts per month. Something is something, because we don't target them. It's just like occasional encounters. That is a good option, to
Yeah, like an
make
incidental
some
catch.
incomes.
You're requesting
Yeah,
an
but-
incidental catch.
It's a central catch until you open it. Because before 1990, the reason why the marlin was closed is because it was caught by commercial fishers a lot. And hand line also had to be defined, because the only hand line fisherman I met was a guy from St. John. The rest, what we call a hand line, we had the Coca-Cola reel or the plastic one. So, okay, you're in the hand, but actually you're not using your hand. And at that time, recreational fishers, remember, it was all the way from New England to Texas. They agreed to hand line as long as it was hand line, nothing else. And the reason for that is because we knew they were not, the old man and the sea was out of in the novel, but the very people said it. So the chair, then Graciela and myself, we need to put together a draft. And I would like to share that draft with Wilson and Nelson, make sure that we capture what you intend to ask. And then we'll send it to Blankenship with the signature of the chair. And there will be, at this meeting, we have this topic discussed, and we would like the HMS to consider possible actions, i.e., the quota for marlin caught by commercial fishers, or the quota of the swordfish, etc. And then when we get the reply, we will bring it back to the council and discuss it. And hopefully you can visit us.
That's my hope too.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ricardo?
Ricardo Lopez for the record. Thank you for the opportunity. I only have one concern at this moment about having more fishing pressure in this pelagic species. Those species like the marlin and the mahi-mahi and the tuna fishes are very, very important for the ecology of the oceanic big seabirds. The seabirds, the big ones, cannot feed, their population cannot grow properly if they don't have the help of these big fishes. I just wanted to add that comment because to me it's very important, and that doesn't happen in the territorial waters.
Ricardo, can you explain, you have a lot of experience on this. Can you explain in general terms why they need that help and how they help?
Yes, Miguel, thanks for the opportunity. Specifically the Sula species, the 3 Sula species that we have in the Caribbean, they can dive up to 60 feet down in the water, and they eat different kind of fishes. For example, the Sula, which is the smallest one, will eat mostly flying squids and flying fishes. both of small sizes. In the other hand, the big one, the Sula dactylatra, which is the masked booby, that one will eat the biggest flying fishes and small, for example, small mahi-mahi, fishes of about 10 to 12 inches will be part of the food of the big Sula dactylatra. That one is more vulnerable than the other two species. In the mid-size, we have the Sula leucogaster, which is the brown booby, also known as Buba prieta. That one is more generalistic. That one may fit more closer to the coast, and the amount of fishes is huge. That one can eat small fishes and medium-sized fishes. But without the help of the marlins and the mahi-mahi, which will be pushing the school of fishes upward, then the birds cannot go deep enough to catch those fishes if they doesn't have the help of those big animals that we are trying to catch. Is that enough? Okay, thank you.
Oh, any more questions for the, yes, and
I don't have a question, but if the council is going to draft the letter to the HMS rep, I would recommend that we make a motion to do so.
recommend, I didn't get the,
A
Oh.
motion to do so.
okay. So somebody wants to make a motion for that letter? Go ahead.
Vanessa Ramirez. Yes, the motion is gonna be to prepare a letter to the staff to prepare a letter. Presenting the points that we discussed today in this meeting.
I think we need to be specific. What are the points? If we're going to vote on a motion where we're sending a letter to a different agency, essentially, we need to be very clear on what we're telling the staff to write. So I would say let's specify those specific points. I think I think we should have Nelson because he was the one that recommended that that's something we should do. So let's have him list out what the concerns were, and then we can revise the motion.
Yes, Nelson, with the 2 points that you bring to the table, with the skipjack and the marlin.
Thank you. Present a letter to evaluate the possibility to increase the bycatch of the skipjack in the small boat permits and evaluate the possibility to open the marlin fishery for commercial fishermen.
Instead of bycatch, should be back limit.
Uh-huh.
For commercial.
To open the marlin fishery, one marlin per boat per day as a bycatch.
Nelson,
Huh? No bycatch. Okay.
Okay, so that's what we'll do. We'll continue with the agenda and while
I can-
Graciela assists Nelson in the preparation of the motion. And when it comes to the marlin, remember that recreational people can catch marlin and take it home at the 99-inch measurement. They just can't sell it, but what they're trying to do is get the commercial sector to be able to get a 99-inch or bigger and sell it, so. So for when you're preparing that letter or that motion. So while they hammer that out, we're gonna continue with liaison reports. We're starting with St. Croix, Leandri de la Cruz.
Morning. Afternoon, sorry. My brain just woke up, so it's morning for me. Um, as a lot of you guys know, my contract was renewed for the summer. I was in school for the last year. But while I was in school, I still had tons of calls from fishermen and wreck fishers that needed help with just all kinds of things. And so I kept pretty active and people like expressed interest that they really like was waiting for me to come back. And when I came, I actually had an internship to work for another agency, but I really wanted to be back here. I'm not gonna lie to you. It was for like coral and like I'm really done with coral. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, so yes. So my contract is finishing this week. But it was fun. It was a very, very productive summer and it's something that I'm gonna do again. So yes. Can I please get the first slide? Cool. So in terms of the projects and tasks, when I came back, there was tons and tons to do. So like the bulk of what I was doing was definitely preparing fishers again for registration, samples and CCRs, and that's not like exact numbers, but that's like the ones that I was able to get before I left St. Croix. Um, a little over 50 samples and a little over 200 CCR. And there's like a ton more. And there were a ton of fishers that still wanted samples before I left as well. But I was able to get enough fishers ready so that when pre-registration and registration time came around that they were ready. Because again, we have between 100 and some fishers. So yeah, so a lot of people were very active as soon as they found out I was back. Like everyone was ready to like get back into it, which I was glad about. They wanted to be ready to renew their licenses and just not miss the opportunity to do that while I was here. Yeah, I had pictures of that, but I didn't add it. The slide is small, so. Another thing was MREP. I was at the ports all the time. I was talking to them all the time about everything. Not only MREP, but about the descendant device workshops.
They expressed a lot of interest in wanting to go, wanting to be active, wanting to be a part of these events. They learn a lot from it. And they bring their families, they have a great time, and they talk to other fishers about it. So much so that when it came around again, there were even more people that had learned about it, that wanted to apply, that wanted to be a part of that. So that was like really great to see, because even while I wasn't there, you know, they were talking amongst themselves and they were just ready for it by the next year. And younger fishers too, that had known about it as well, because I got some of them involved before I had left. Um, Lionfish Derby. The Lionfish Derby was probably the first event that I did, community event that I did. And it was rescheduled for later that same month because of weather issues, but we still had a great turnout. I think, if I'm not mistaken, don't quote me, like 3, 4 groups. The majority of them being rec fishers. So for the past 2 years, there's been even more commercial fishers that have been joining, but this time, because of the change, it was rec fishers. But we were able to accumulate more than 500 pounds of lionfish that I had to weigh and measure the entire time. We did the ceremony, the award ceremony, that same day, and like in the middle of all of it, we had a chef there cooking the lionfish at the same time. So it was hectic, but it was fun. Everyone had a great time, and it's something that even more people start to join as the years go by. Tons of families and kids were there. There was a lady selling jewelry there as well. There's only one lady on St. Croix that she makes jewelry out of lionfish, and she's there all the time, and she does great work. And we had the kids handline tournament. That was the very last event that I did. It was amazing, and it's always put on by the Golden Hook Fish Club, who's become really good close friends to me, and who has expressed a lot of interest in what we do as well, and like our presence at their events. Their target for this tournament was to have at least 50 kids, especially from minority locations. So it wasn't something that was how to say, like put on their social medias and stuff like that. Like it wasn't advocated too much until the very end, so that they could make sure that they had that they targeted specific locations where certain groups of kids could become involved in it. And we had a great turnout. We had tons of family there. That's some of them under the tree. I know it's hard to see, but I had other pictures, but this is like the picture I had with everyone together. But it was awesome. We had a great turnout. And I also had, that was like the week before the Descendant Device Workshop, and I had brought the devices out. There were rec fishers there as well. Some of them had access to it. I brought the pamphlets that were made by the CFMC. So I had already talked to a good bit of them about it as well. And that's also where I talked to the Golden Hook Fish Club about helping me to set up the workshop, just so I made sure that they were there as well. But yeah, can I get the next slide? So yes, another thing I'm really proud about was the STEAM initiative. So that is an initiative done by Kai Nielsen from VI EPSCOR, who's a really great friend of mine. He gets me very involved with all of the stuff that he is putting on, because he does tons of events and things having to do with youth groups. So his STEAM initiative was put on like at the last minute. They asked him to put it on, and it was, the very last event was a week-long event at the library where tons of different youth groups on the islands, like the Caribbean Centers for Boys and Girls, the Ocean Explorers, the Terrestrial Explorers, Earth Explorers, they all came out, and it was like kind of like a field day for them. There were tons of presenters, people that they could like talk to and learn from as the day went by. And I was put in a room with smaller kids, with a small group of kids, and then I was moved to a room with tons more kids, and I was able to interact with more than 100 kids a day. And the reason why I saw how much they were learning was because once I moved over, then I had to like reteach everything that I had taught the smaller group. And then the first thing I started was with asking them questions and talking to them about like what I had just taught them, and they were teaching their friends. Like they were talking about everything, because I didn't only talk about the Reef Responsible program. I talked about everything to do with the reef fish balance, with conch, with fishermen, what they do. I talked about what you guys do, and these are little kids, and they just remembered everything. They were just regurgitating it, and it was awesome to see. Videos of it were taken, and it was on pictures, and it was posted on Facebook. It was posted on the St. Croix Times. It was a great, great, great event. Yeah, and I gave out little coloring books and stuff, so it was cool. And they went back, some of their families were present. And the last thing that we did on the last day was present certificates to the older kids because they were the ones that hosted the entire event, which is really great to see as well. I was a lot more active on the social media channels on WhatsApp. We mentioned 2 WhatsApp groups that Grayson manages, and I was added to an extra 2 with like little groups made by the fishermen themselves. So also in those other groups, I post all the information and I make sure that I reach as much people as possible. So every time I did post stuff, people would call me, people would text me, and they were very active, and they made sure they understood what was happening always, which was awesome. And then one of the last things I worked on as well was assisting with the new Fisher family calendar. I thought I was late. They said I wasn't late, so we're just gonna go with that. I have friends that are photographers, and I brought them out. We did like little shoots, so we either caught them right at the ports, or I set it up with whatever they had on hands, rods, boats, whatever. And I did about 3 families, and I did them selling their catch, dealing with their catch, fishing with their families, things like that. And I worked with Janet, and I also interviewed them so that their responses and their experiences in the fisheries could be included in the calendar. And it was great. They were very, very involved. So they really worked with me on that. So I was really happy about that, and I got it in. And they look great. So yes. Can I get the next one? So yeah, those are some of the pictures. That's from the first day of the STEAM initiative. And you can't see, but I'm holding a conch shell. I even taught them how fishermen take out the conch from the shell as well. And it's something they were like talking about, like they understood what I was saying, which I didn't think they would, but they did. And those were the older groups that we certified, and I acted as a representative for DPNR. You know, we shake their hands, we made them feel appreciated for all the work that they did with us, and it was awesome. And those were some of the pictures that I took. Those are like how to say it, blooper pictures, but I thought it was cute. So okay, you can move on. Awesome. So the last thing is a descending device workshop. I planned this in like 2 weeks, maybe a week and a half, but I did it and it was awesome. And I had about, when I like rechecked the numbers, it was 25 commercial fishers. It was 1 rec fisher, 2 helpers. I was sad because I wanted a lot more recreational fishers, but the Golden Hook Fish Club expressed that they also wanted these workshops at their tournaments so that they could have a bigger exposure to the work, to the devices themselves. And you know, they were asking questions, they were active. The location was like right next to a bar, so they liked that. But it was fun, and that's not even counting the other attendees, which were family members, loved ones, wives, and kids that they were also which obviously they're also training to be fishermen and stuff like that. So it was a really great turnout, and it's something that they keep asking more about. And you know, afterwards they were asking me questions about it. They were asking if they could bring other people so they could also have the device on their vessels as well and stuff like that. So it went pretty great. My hope for the future really is that we have more events like that, events like MREP, events like the workshops, because I took the opportunity to also talk about that, about the CFMC, to add on you guys' social medias on my slides as well. I made like an extra little tiny presentation. And I just talked to them about the importance of staying informed, because that's something that they really don't know. They know about DPNR, they know about Fish and Wildlife, but they don't know a lot about what you guys do and what part you guys play in their livelihoods. So yeah, it's something they were interested in. It's something that they took note of, definitely. And these events bring them together because the biggest thing for real is that they wanted consistency. And that's one of the reasons why they were really glad I was back, because they have somebody to talk to constantly, even if it's at 7 in the morning, which is amazing. But yeah, more materials, which we're definitely working on for Reef Responsible for Marine Education. I've been saving up on my materials just to make sure I had them at the events, but it's something that we do need. People have been asking me about the grouper guides, about the lobster gauges, stuff like that. They really enjoy, and it's handy for them to have it on board. And more direct interaction with the general community, like the general community events, not just like fishery events, because the community also asks a lot of questions and they like to know about what's going on as well, which is cool. So thank you. Any question, any comments, concerns? Yes. Yes.
Julian and then somebody else on the chat. Julian.
Bill McGrath for the record. So Leandri, excellent job once again. And before I make a couple of my comments, I want to ask a question. All what you did there, how long did it take you to do? Because I know you've been in school in St. Thomas, so approximately all what you covered there, in what time period did you cover that?
Like 2.5 months. 2.5 months.
Excellent. So that's what I wanted everybody to hear. So all what you saw that she just presented right there, she went and she saved St. Croix for their registration. She went over there and helped them to get the port sampling done, helped the guys get the CCR, make sure they were turned in, make sure the guys were in compliance. And, you know, kudos to you, because I know in that short period of time, that's a lot to accomplish. And the group of people that you have surrounding you that attend your events is great. And I know we had a conversation here yesterday, we had one today, and I really hope that she's even considering on her break to fly back over to St. Croix and do the descending device for the Game Fish Club tournament. And that's powerful, you know, to take your time, personal time, and go over there and do that. That's excellent. And then also, she's going to take on the task of interviewing a couple families for the calendar, for the CFMC calendar in St. Thomas. And she actually spoke with Joshua Cattell, because he has a fishing family. He has kids, his wife, all engaged in fishing. So I just want to say a special thank you for extending that and being so involved in our fishery. Thank you.
On the chat.
It's me, Cristina Olan, for the record. Thank you, Leandre, for all the great work that you do. And especially thank you and Eva Maria for all the content that you produce for the social media during the Descending Device workshop and you share with us, with the CFMC. So thanks for that, because if I'm not there personally, I need people to do that. And I'm so grateful to have you on board and provided that content. So, and again, if you need, si necesita algo, if you need anything else from us, as always, feel free to contact, to write, to make a phone call. I truly appreciate what you're doing. Thanks.
Thank you.
Anything else for Leandri?
Well, she's finished this week, so I hope that we get her back next summer.
Okay, thank you, Leandri.
Mr. Chairman, we have the motion.
Yeah.
And Ms. Delise Ortiz is going to help us with the key phrases. So, yeah, because that way it will be easier for the HMS to respond.
Okay, so before we move on to Nicole Griot's presentation, we're gonna go bring that motion up on the screen.
So I guess one question that I have, and this is mostly for clarity. So the retention limit for the HMS Commercial Caribbean Small Boat Permit is for all the groups of tunas that we have under that permit. It's not solely for skipjack, so it's 10 in total per vessel, per day, tunas that you're allowed to catch, and those tunas include all the ones that we manage except for bluefin tuna, so that's skipjack, albacore, big eye, and yellowfin. So one of the questions that comes up immediately is that increase in the retention limit, like create a separate skipjack retention limit, or just increase the overall total retention limit that includes all the tunas. So that would be one thing that I would give some thought. Yeah, no, understand.
Separate. The main intention is to increase the back limit for skipjack. That is the complaint that the fishers bring to me.
Right, but there's not a separate retention limit for skipjack. It's all the species together.
Wilson Santiago here. Yes. My recommendation is leave the yellowfin tuna, the albacore, maybe like 5 or 10, but like 5, for example, 5 bag limit, and the skipjack that they asking for use them like as bait. You know, they can sell it too, but increase the bag limit for the skipjack, and the other one like put a different bag limit. My recommendation.
So what I'm hearing you is that you want to keep, let's just say, keep the existing 10 tuna limit for all other tunas except skipjack, have a separate bag limit for skipjack with a limit of, you said 5? I mean, sorry, like 15 to 20, so higher than the.
No, sir, Nelson, what do you think?
So that's just, and
Yeah,
again, I'm just encouraging you to think, to be
That's exactly
specific
what I was saying.
about,
Thinking, yeah.
one, if it's a separate skipjack retention limit that you want, and also if there's a specific maximum, a range. I think the more specific you can be in terms of what the needs of the fishery are, the better it is for us to research and, take into consideration the request.
For skipjack, at least no less than 25, because that is the average when we find the school. We catch between 20, 30, 40 when we find the school, but then we never find it again, maybe in a few weeks. So that's allow the fisher, to catch as much bait they can, to keep, fishing the water snappers.
Also, something to consider, if, say, using skipjack as bait is off the question, and you can get the retention limit, but not using skipjack, I mean, cutting it up, on the vessel, as it is not permitted right now. Would it still work to have an increased limit, or is the limit only for tuna that can be used as bait on the same vessel? Say I'm going out, I'm getting my 25 skipjacks that I can retain per vessel per day, and then I want to cut it up right there and then use it as bait. Is that what the fishery is asking, or are you asking for a retention limit and just then the ability to, I'm trying to separate the two issues, trying to see if they're both together, if you only want the increasing retention limit, if you can use it as bait, or you still want a recreation limit if using it as bait is, say, it's not possible because of enforcement concerns, which is why it was established in the first place. Does that make sense?
And now I get confused.
I'm probably making it more confusing.
So the intention is, the fishers, we got some certain areas where we can, go for tunas, and then we have the encounters for the skipjacks. Or when we are on the way to fish the water snapper, we have the encounter with the school of skipjacks. And we want to have the ability to catch as much as we can. I think 20, 25, and keep our road to our, to fish the snappers. So I mean to having to be allowed to catch 20, 25 skipjacks, but on the other side, when we are not fishing skipjacks, we bring skipjacks when we are going out to fish, but we don't bring that much. Maybe we bring 5, 10. But I remember the controversy when we talk now, a long time ago regarding if we are allowed to cut the tuna, because we cannot put the whole tuna, to catch snappers. And that's what we always do for, since I remember when we are fishing, because we need to have the, the ability to, or the permission, to cut the bait, use the tuna as bait, the skipjack.
Mr. Chairman, I propose to see the language of the, increase the back limit to at least 20, 25. ¿Le puedo añadir eso? Yeah. Increase the back limit retention of skipjack, parentheses, 2025. No, 20, rayita 25.
And I would suggest adding in, it's not really increasing the bag limit because we don't have a separate skipjack limit, so it's creating a retention limit for skipjack and setting it at 20 to 25 in the Atlantic HMS Commercial Caribbean Small Boat Permit.
Okay, Lehigh. Deja que le puedes dictar lo que dijiste a Lehigh para que lo ponga ahí en vez de eso.
Create and set a retention limit for skipjack tunas in the Atlantic HMS CCSB permit. Or you can spell it out, Atlantic HMS Commercial Caribbean Small Boat Permit. We like to make permits names very long. It's HMS Commercial, the official name's HMS Commercial Caribbean Small Boat Permit. CCSB as in boat.
Okay,
And
that number one, then we'll take care of that part?
Yes.
Okay.
Didn't you want to put
Oh, we need to,
retention limit of 20 or 25? Skipjack?
a suggested would be probably informative.
¿Dónde le ponemos los chavos?
Create a set a retention limit of 20 to 25 skipjack tunas in the Atlantic HMS Commercial Caribbean Small Boat Permit.
Yeah, but I don't understand. That still isn't gonna allow them to use it as bait, right? Like, right now, the commercial requirements, if you have a Caribbean small boat, you cannot cut up a skipjack tuna at sea.
And that's what they want.
And if
With
that-
any vessel, actually, any
Yeah.
commercial vessel, the landing form is either round or it has to be eviscerated with the head cut off and at least one pectoral fin
And the
and tail on. Right, Miguel? I'm just making sure I got that right in my brain.
So
Yes, only the tail, it could be, it's like onto the base is on, but you can cut off the fins of the tail and one pectoral, correct?
So if the justification of the increased bag limit is so that it can be used for bait, us simply requesting this will, and them considering it will not allow that to happen, right? So we really have to think about what we're requesting. If our purpose here is to justify the use of bait, and the whole purpose for the expanded bag limit is the use of bait so they can use it at sea while they're doing snapper fishing, which is what Nelson just said.
No.
There would also need to be a requirement that they could,
Well, I think,
fillet or cut into pieces at sea.
yeah, but I think
Which
what,
that is changing, that's changing a federal regulation.
yeah, yeah.
That has to be written into law, because that's what this is.
Right. But I think Nelson's comment yesterday was to also allow the sale of skipjack. And not only for bait, but to allow for the sale, because it's become
can
in
sell
Puerto
it.
Rico, it's become
You can sell skipjack if you have a commercial
but,
small
but,
boat permit.
but you only can get 10.
Wait, what?
You can only get 10 tunas in the in the small boat permit. You can only get 10 tunas. They want not only the 10 tunas, they want the 25 skipjacks
So they want an increased bag limit
for a skipjack.
for skipjack.
And also
And the
use
purpose is to be able to sell
for
more.
sale and
at
for-
a single
and for
time.
use- and also, right, and also
Right.
to use for bait.
Right, but then we would need to do something for the bait,
Right, right,
which we're not doing.
right. And I don't understand how.
Right, that has to be a second. That would be number 2. And then the Marlin would be number 3, based on the information that I received today, right? You said you wanted a separate, create and set a retention limit of 20 to 25 skipjack tunas in the commercial small boat permit. Then the second is allow for skipjack tunas to be used
For bait.
for bait
Yeah.
in the Atlantic HMS Commercial Caribbean Small Boat Permit. And then the third one is to allow the catch and sell for commercial fishermen of 1 marlin per day per boat. Was it using rod and reel, right? And what? Rod and reel, hand line and rod and reel.
Is a Caribbean small boat permit a HMS permit? Oh, it is.
Sorry, Delisle, for the record, are we modifying the third point?
Yeah.
Couldn't capture that.
Okay,
Wilson?
just real quick about the Marlin. And that is correct me if I'm wrong. When the fisher got the Caribbean small boat permit, they are not allowed to have another permit from HMS. So regarding the Marlin, I recommend that if in the letter, so the Marlin can be added to the Caribbean small boat permit, because if the
Wait, you don't tell that to HMS. What the number 2, what they're saying is to consider the possibility of allowing the catch of 1 marlin in this area. The mechanism, how they do it, is up to them. And I can tell you what they're gonna say to you when you get that letter at the office there. But anyway, the number 3, is that okay for consideration by the HMS?
It says to allow the catch and sell for commercial fishermen or fisher of 1 marlin per day per boat. I would add the pertinent gears and permits under that. No, actually listed, not say what I just said. Like if it's rod and reel, hand line. And Nelson, I think you had specified earlier with Miguel regarding the Marlin, when Miguel asked you who it was for.
Yeah, that's my intention, how the number 3 said it right now. But I have a question on number 2, because we have a great number of fishers that do not have the Caribbean small boat permit, and it says allow the skipjack tuna to be used for bait in the Caribbean small boat permit. What about the person, the deep water snapper fisher who don't have the Caribbean small boat permit?
Well,
They are allowed to use it as bait?
out of all the species, tunas are a different one because we have jurisdiction to the shore. So any person in Puerto Rico and the Caribbean, the USVI, that wants to fish for tunas has to have an HMS commercial Caribbean small boat permit. I mean, sorry, an Atlantic HMS permit for tunas, whether that's the commercial Caribbean small boat permit or the Atlantic tunas general category permit.
That's mean if how we said it, if the fishermen have the HMS permit, they are allowed to use if that is approved, they're allowed to use the skipjack for bait. All right?
That's what you want to add, you said?
Yeah.
Not specifically the small boat permit, just an Atlantic HMS
Yeah.
tunas permit. You can, yeah, you can leave it more general and
Yeah,
say,
because the most of the fishermen, the deep water snapper fisherman doesn't have the Caribbean small boat permit.
Yeah.
They have, the most that they have is the HMS permit. Because they,
well, the
only-
Caribbean small boat permit is an HMS permit. It's a commercial.
no, but I mean the HMS general.
Oh, the general category,
General.
gotcha. Okay. Yeah, so I would suggest then, if you want to keep it general, not specific to the commercial Caribbean small boat permit, to say, to be used for bait, in, allow for skipjacks nets to be used for bait among HMS tuna permit holders. Among, what?
At what point?
Oh, to be used for bait and then among HMS tuna permit holders. And remove the rest. No. Your tunnel vision.
Is, is there any need to put a minimum size for marlin? Because I know there is a minimum size for marlin. There is.
Dice Dennis que esto es suficiente para tomar acción porque le
Oh.
tienen que venir a esta junta,
Okay,
incluyen todo.
okay.
Este es para ellos. Porque tienen que decir que están de acuerdo con el agua y si estamos en cero.
¿Y dónde están los cónsulos aquí?
Yeah, hi, I would specify, since this is coming from this region, for bait among Caribbean HMS tuna permit holders or HMS tuna permit holders in the Caribbean. Yeah.
Vanessa Ramirez for the record. And yes, thank you with the help with the language. I think that this cover what we want to present on that letter. And did I need to read it or? Okay. Yeah, please, so move.
Do we need a second? Estaba acá. Moción para segunda. ¿Quieres segundar? No, okay.
People, those rules, if you don't have a second, the motion dies.
Okay, so it dies?
So, the motion dies.
Okay. No. No.
You should have people in the table.
Since we don't have a second for a motion.
Pues entonces simplemente en el momento de
They're not, they left. Huh? All right, we're gonna take a 5-minute break.
council don't tell HMS what to do. What we're doing here is requesting some action that they can consider. If you follow Robert rules, you can have a motion, then you can have you can second that motion, or you can have a substitute motion. And you can split the question. And you can have one motion for the first two, then you have a motion that you will present and second. And then you have a second motion which address item number 3. And the same follows, present a motion and second the motion. Is that something that you want to say? If you don't want to take any action at this time, then you don't second the motion dies. And then the staff is offering to help Nelson to write directly to the HMS people with everything that you want on behalf of the Puerto Rico Fishers. And I can do that. Graciela and I can help you with that letter. And the list told me that, yeah, we can do that. So I don't have any saying here. I just wanted to tell you this is the Robert rules and how can we do it. But anyway, enough said. You decide what you want to do.
Thank you, Miguel, for the clarification. I will want them to remove point number 3. And then present the motion with only number 1 and number 2. Motion for staff to prepare. Motion for staff to prepare a letter to be signed by the CFMC chair to request a revision of present HMS regulations to, number 1, create and set a retention limit of 20 or 25 skipjack tunas in the Atlantic HMS Commercial Caribbean Small Boat Permit. And number 2, allow for skipjack tunas to be used for bait among Caribbean HMS tuna permit holders.
Do we have a second?
Roberto Sabate, I second.
Any further discussion? No discussion, roll call vote. I'll start on my left with Sabater.
Aye.
Sinai, abstain.
Ricardo Lopez, I abstain.
Vanessa Ramirez, yes.
Andy Strelchak, abstain.
Carl Fischetti, yes. So we have 3 abstentions. No. 2. Oh, 1, 2, 3, yeah. Okay, there we go. So we have 3 yeses, 3 abstentions, motion carries.
The motion did not carry. The motion fails. You have to have a majority. It has to be a majority of the council members that are present.
Okay, so motion failed. So the next item on the agenda is nickel. Oh, yeah, what are you gonna do with the Marlin? Just leave it up? No, it's dead. So the next person on the agenda for liaison reports is Nicole Griot.
Yeah, I don't think Nicole is available anymore. I think she had to leave for an appointment. So I'd go on to the next one.
Okay. So then we have Wilson Santiago.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Wilson Santiago, for the record, Puerto Rico Fishery Liaison. This is my report from the activities that I have been participating as a liaison from mid-April to date. Next slide, Christina, please. So for the outreach and education participation, we have been giving the designing device workshop in various fishing communities. We have have a lot of good feedback, a lot of participants that have been going to the workshops. We gave the educational workshop for commercial fishers, the PEPCO program, in Cataño. In that workshop, we mixed it with the designing device workshop. So it was the educational commercial workshop and the designing device workshop, and it was a pretty good workshop. So we continue delivering the council educational materials to fishers around the island. Right now, we are not doing that anymore. We are out of materials. So that's another point we talk in the OEIP meeting. I participated in the EMREP Puerto Rico workshop in June. Over there, we have a table of the descending device workshop too. Like Christina said, I participated in the educational table in the DNER Coral Week Symposium at Caguas, and that day was very special. We attend a lot of kids, adults, and I was talking with Christina, writing with Christina regarding, because every person that went to the table was very aware of the QR code of the council social medias. So I was talking with Christina, and that day went up, right? Okay, that's good. So we are attend calls of questions from Fisher regarding Puerto Rico state and federal waters. All days I'm attending calls, message, listening to Fishers, finding them questions about state waters, license process, and federal waters. Also, from the council office, they Kiara Matias address people, fishers, American fishers that come to visit Puerto Rico or other fishers. They call over there with doubt, so they address it to me, and we attend them too. A lot of slides, please. Siguiente. Okay, for the descending device workshop, the workshops given have been 7 workshops in this past 2-3 months. Nahuatl, Guayama, Cataño, Rio Grande, Aguadilla, Rincón Dorado, and future locations. Already we have coordinated in Ceiba and in Puerto Real, Cabo Rojo. Just today I talked with Roberto Sabatel, and he's willing to help me to coordinate in the Club Náutico de San Juan and Cangrejo Club in Carolina, right, Roberto? Carolina, yeah. So Club Náutico Arecibo, Villa Pesquera de Culebra, and Vieques Island. I am waiting for my connection in that areas to so they can meet with their members, the Fishers members, so they can choose a date. What we do, I just gave them a date, and which I just adjust of whatever the need of the Fishers. And in this workshop, have the privilege to be with Nelson Crespo, the AP chair, and our dynamic each workshop has been better, really. We start presenting each other, And when I present Nelson, I present him as the DAP chair. And in that part, Nelson, I know you're going to talk more about this in your report, but Nelson start talking about the process of the DAP, and we continue talking about the council process. So in the past workshop, we have a lot of attention and question about the process of the council and the DAP, SSC, the outreach and education panel. So we have been the participants have been very interested in the process. So for that, I talked with Christina, and in the OAIP meeting, what you present about the process of the council, or to make a yeah. So yeah, after affecting motion. Yeah. So I request Christina so we can sit and like make something explaining the DAP process, council process. So we are we are going to work in that. That's one. Okay, for future interest and concern, like I say, interest in the DAP, OAP, SSC, and council process, charters license process too. This couple of months, federal law enforcement and state law enforcement at the Rangers and FURA, they have been targeting illegal charters. So a lot of my fishers, commercial fishers, has been calling me regarding the process of the charter license. And thanks to that, my partners in the DNR Casi Pesca office, we are working together, and they made like a paper with the requisito, yeah, with the requirements that the charters need. Okay, so we can make the life more easy for them. So state and fishing license process in federal water regulation propose like almost all this feedback. I have them in the device design and device workshop. In all my workshops, there are new talks, new invention, new comments from the feature. So I got all those feedback, and Nelson and me was writing down. So next slide, please. So my next steps, continue with the design and device workshop, continue with educational program PEPCO, August 19. Also on August 19, in the next presentation, Elena Anton is going to talk about the recreational program for the educational program for recreational fishers. So August 19, we're going to meet with different stakeholders. Back in the days, Elena and me has given this workshop in 2 places and virtually. So next step, waiting for the educational materials available to continue with the educational tables. And that will be all for my report. You have any questions?
Nelson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regarding the descending device, it's a rewarding experience, you know, be at Fisherman Village, Nautic clubs, and the feedback we have from fishers, you know, is awesome. And the way they get involved and the way they share their concerns is really impressive. And I want to thank, you know, to this council the opportunity, you know, to be with Wilson, you know, around the island, giving this workshop. And I think this is the correct way to go, outreach and education. Maybe this council should consider develop small workshop like this for other things, or maybe improve this workshop, adding on other things, because the feedback we have from the fishers is huge, and all of them are good. And curiosity, the community that's claimed for the descending device workshop, the most of them are commercial fishermen. At the beginning, I think the recreation are going to be the sector that's going to be more interested in this matter. But it surprised me really deeply, listen to the commercial fisher asking how to use it, how to build it. It's really impressive, and it's so rewarding. Thank you, Wilson.
Thank you, Nelson.
Any further comments or questions for Wilson? Andy?
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to both the liaisons today who spoke about descending devices, the fishermen that are contributing to these workshops. It's, to me, awesome that you're being so proactive in advance of any sort of regulatory requirements and encouraging, obviously, that there's a lot of support and buy-in to this. So I think one of the things that we'll want to work with you on is when this rule is finally approved and will be going into effect, being able to communicate out to you on the requirements, making sure there's no questions or concerns, and if there are, how we can obviously work together to resolve those. So we'll keep you posted as that rule is finalized.
Thank you, Andy.
Julian and Gerson also visited us during the workshop in Aguadilla. Awesome.
Okay, thank you, Wilson. Next on the agenda is the Recreational Fisheries Engagement Outreach Initiative, Helena Antun.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Helena Antun. I am the Puerto Rico Fishery Liaison, and I work with the Protected Resources Division in NOAA Fisheries. And I don't have a presentation. I'm just going to be giving a very quick update on what we're doing regarding our outreach and education efforts for recreational fishers. But since it's been a while that I've talked about this, I thought it would be good just to give a quick recap and bring everybody up to speed. So back in 2018, 2019, when I first started as fishery liaison, I met with DNER, and one of the top priorities that was identified in terms of tasks that they wanted to work on was addressing recreational fisheries and the outreach and education gaps and a lot of compliance issues that they've been having in terms of recreational fisheries. So I did some scoping meetings, met with some fishermen, met with the managers, and basically from the feedback that I got from folks was that there's definitely a need to reach out to the recreational fishers, provide them with the information, resources, contacts, and something very similar to like what we did with PEPCO, which is the Commercial Fishers Education Program that Wilson runs. So I partnered up with Wilson and we got together and we started to put together the program very similar to what PEPCO is and started to get all the pieces together and start giving our workshops. And we did a pilot workshop back in 2020 and it went very well. This was in Arecibo. And then COVID hit. And so we couldn't do any more in-person workshops. But then we transferred to virtual and we did a few virtual workshops. They were okay. We didn't have great participation, but it was something. But then finally in 2023, we kicked off again with our in-person workshops with the fishermen. And we've had mixed results. So in some cases, the workshops were very well attended. In some cases, not so much. And one thing that Wilson and I learned very quickly is that engagement in the recreational fishing sector is very different to the commercial fishing sector. And we needed to reassess our strategy. So this is where we are today. We are going to be having a meeting next week, August 19, and we'll be bringing together different partners in different areas and different agencies, state and federal, as well as a few recreational fishers that were identified by by the DNR folks. And let's just sit down around at the table and talk about what sort of outreach activities have been done. Have a discussion on what has been working, what has not been working, lessons learned. And the goal and purpose of this is several things. One, it's to try to avoid duplication of efforts, because there's a lot of things that are going on and a lot of us don't know what the other is doing. So it'll be good to try to reduce the duplication of efforts and also see how we can partner with each other and help each other and support each other. And also get the feedback from the recreational fishermen to see how we can reassess our strategy for engagement in this group. So hopefully I'll be able to report back sometime in the future and let you all know how that meeting went and any changes that have been implemented, and hopefully give you guys an update on what we were able to accomplish. So I don't know if there's any questions. Roberto.
How about that?
Can I be invited to that
Of
meeting?
course. Of course. I'll get you the information. I'll send it to you.
Any more questions for Helena? Comments? Hearing none. Thank you, Helena.
You're welcome.
Next, we have the district advisory panel reports, starting with Julia McGrath, St. Thomas District.
Julia McGrath, for the record, I don't have a report, but just an update. We haven't had a meeting in a while, but my updates are I attended the Puerto Rico MRAP workshop to see how that went, and it went excellent. It was great being part of that group and see how the Puerto Rico the fishers put off that workshop, and it was excellent, good experience. Met a lot of new people. And I'm so happy that we have this program that's taking place throughout the U.S. It's not only in Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands, but throughout the entire U.S. And I sit in the National Steering Committee also. So it's great to see that we continue to push to train the fishers and all different sectors. And it's not only the commercial fishers, but recreational, commercial, charter, you name it. So that's a great experience. And our workshop is coming up September 29th, 30th, and October 1st in St. Thomas this year. So right now, we are in the process of pulling that together. And the only other meeting that I attended since the last meeting was what I spoke about earlier, was the yellowtail and parrotfish cedar assessment. So that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Julian. Questions for Julian?
Julian in Hembra, Puerto Rico.
Nobody escapes Christina. Next is Gerson Martinez, St. Croix District.
Good afternoon, everybody. Gerson Martinez for the record. We didn't have any meetings. Can you guys hear me? Let me get closer. We didn't have any meetings with the DAP committee, but I have some information for you guys. Due to the ability of having the two WhatsApp chats, it was Can you hear me now? Okay, locusol. Ahora me oye, ¿verdad? Bien. Good afternoon, everybody, again. Gerson Martinez for the record. I don't have any report on the DAP meetings because we haven't met, but due to the ability of the two chats that I have, it was a great success that we invited some fishermen to the descending device, and we had a good outcome, both commercial and recreational fishermen. And that said, in that chat, I also have Fish and Wildlife, MREP, and through that ability, we have had a good outcome in people applying for the next MRAP in St. Thomas, which is going to happen in the end of October? Yes. So we had a meeting last week, and we have a good amount of St. Croix fishermen and St. Thomas fishermen that are interested in participating. It's a great honor to see both old and young people engaging in what we do here. It's very important that they know, because sometimes they blame me for everything. One time a person asked me to step down, and I had to explain to them that what I do here is not just looking out for my benefits. I look out for all my fishermen's ability to continue doing this in the future. So by them participating in these meetings like MRAP, they see what really happens in these meetings and how they can engage in coming to this meeting and participating, even by just writing a little letter stating their concerns. So this is my second attempt at WhatsApp. The first one was a disaster. And Wilson, I know a lot of you know what I'm talking about. Wilson showed me a way of having those chats again, but not giving the public the ability to do what they did to destroy the first one. But it's a learning process, and it's good being able to communicate to others what's going on in this, or what's going to happen in these future meetings or these future workshops. Let me see if I don't forget anything. Yes. And we had one in Aguadilla a couple of weeks ago where those pictures were taken. We also participated there in the descendant device with these guys. And there they were mad at me because I was literally giving the fishermen too much information on how to make a working plan on what was the species that they were using as the fish that was in trouble. I can't remember. It was a made-up name. But the fishermen were engaging, and some of them were a little mad. Some of them were the passions that we get in these meetings. And they all felt a little bit of everything. And I'm grateful that Courtney has invited me to all these workshops and to interact with other cultures and other fishermen that involve themselves in different types of fishing. So, as I said before, I don't have too much to say. And then in these platforms, I have given Fish and Wildlife, Christina, Miss De La Cruz. I can't remember who else. I think I have it here. MRAP, they have the ability as admins to carry out the agenda and let the general public know about these messages or these workshops. A lot of fishermen drop out because either they don't have the ability to communicate to others, they just receive information. But I think we have over 200 members in those two chats, and a lot of outreach and education has been getting out there. Before I discovered this, it was one-to-one basis and have to text to all these fishermen one by one. So the ones that don't get the information, tell them why you drop out of the chat, so that's on you. One last thing. I would like to see, which I haven't seen these 2 days, for the people who take decisions, and I speak this from my heart. I would like to see you guys put yourself in our shoes. I know you guys have a mandate, and I know you guys have a job to do, but I respect very much everybody that takes the decisions here, and I know everybody has their own beliefs, but the fishermen are the ones that are out there bringing a fresh local catch of the day to our restaurants and to our general public. And all of us are not monsters. We believe in conservation, We believe in being part of this decision-making, and we would like a little more to be given to us. I know we don't do this to get rich. I was born to be a fisherman, to bring seafood to people's tables. And I know how to do a lot of things. I used to work in a refinery. I know how to operate heavy equipment, but my passion, and I want my children and my grandchildren to practice it too, is fishing. And I give everybody here thanks for this opportunity to speak to you guys. And I hope in the future we can work together and continue doing this, protecting our resource first and all, and then permitting us to continue doing what we do best. God bless you and thank you.
Thank you, Gerson. Any questions or comments for Gerson? Hearing none, Nelson Crespo, Puerto Rico District.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the past few months, Wilson and I have been offering the Salvapeje workshop for the Amendment 2 regulation proposed. The name of Salvapeje was given to the descending device by fishers at the EMBRA workshop 2 years ago. In addition to providing guidance and alternatives on how to make it at home with materials available, during the last workshops, we took the opportunity and make a small turn, dedicating some time to teach the participants about the advisory panel and how they can address their concerns. This has sparked great interest among participants, and the call from associations, nautical clubs, and individual fishermen to participate in the workshop has increased considerably. Among the issues they have brought to our attention is that many fishermen are concerned about the new Wahoo and Dorado regulation. Despite supporting them, they demand that the local government implement compatibility regulation of this matter. Otherwise, there will be no way for this regulation to work. Fishermen can claim that these species were caught in state water and there will be no way to determine where they were caught and nothing will happen. Other matters were under the state jurisdiction and Wilson had already submitted them to the DNR. I have also been receiving calls from fishermen regarding the issue of the traps in the Corona del Sur, and in conjunction with several fishing associations and fishing villages in the northwest of the island, I have helped them to channel their compliance to the council and the DNR. And I want to thank Maria and Dr. Charer, to help us to the way that we have to build the letter and address the issues we want to put in the letter. And I also want to thank Dr. Ricardo Lopez for welcoming me to his office and guiding me on this matter, because the jurisdiction in Corona del Sur is shared between the federal and state governments. Also, I have the opportunity to attend the EMBRE meeting, and I give a presentation regarding the fishery management and effective participation for fishers. And on the last two EMRAP, especially the last one, I want to thank Vanessa Wilson for the selections of the participants. That is the cream of the cream. The feedback from the fishermen, the engagement that the selection you made, the engagement of the fishermen, in all the process was really impressive, and that means that the MRAP is working, and, I think we have a lot of future with them. So this concludes my report. If you have any questions, more than welcome.
Thank you, Nelson. Questions, comments for Nelson? Hearing none. Next on the agenda is to revisit the CFMC priorities 2025-26.
This is Maria. Cristina, I send you. Thank you. Give me one moment until they can put it in the, okay. Okay, you can go to the next slide. So what we did in this slide is we updated the slide that we presented yesterday morning with the actions that we were going to be discussing during this meeting and adding some of the decisions moving forward that were decided by the council. So all of this is just going to be one slide. Everything is in here. We can read it, go through it, and let's discuss if there's anything that needs to be adjusted or needs some more clarification. So we have the first item that it's listed as actions to take when pelagic AMs are triggered. We are in the column in the middle, the yellow one, August council meeting. We went through some options. The council made a motion to create an IPT and to evaluate, consider some options, development of some options for the council's consideration to bring the council meeting in December based on the discussions that were conducted here with the council and participants. So that's what's going to happen in December. This is going to be a discussion. The next action that is listed, the second row, revision of accountability measures for spiny lobster in Puerto Rico. There was a discussion not only of the accountability measures, but other aspects of the management on the spiny lobster. There was an understanding that there was going to be some updates done to the CDR 91 for Puerto Rico to incorporate or to revise some additional data. Then after that, there was going to be a review by the SSC, which was supposed to be taking place in September for Puerto Rico, and for the other islands. However, for Puerto Rico, that's going to happen later. But related to this particular action, to the accountability measures, things that are discussed or come up from that CDR 91 are going to be also very relevant to the determination of what accountability measures. Changes to the accountability measures can be taken for the spiny lobster, so that's why that is included in there. There was a motion to develop an amendment that included that AM modification. However, that amendment will possibly include also whenever the CDR 91 is discussed, and if there is a recommendation from the SSC that the assessment it can be can provide management advice, and then that will prompt an amendment to the FMP, the Puerto Rico FMP, to get new reference points. So all of this is to be determined. However, at the December meeting, we can continue the discussion based on, again, on the outcomes of the CDR 91 and all of the things that need to be done for that. Then next, we talk about a matrix. That matrix review qualitative and quantitative information for stocks that are being managed under each one of the FMPs. And the objective of this matrix is for the council to consider and reevaluate those stocks for the need for conservation and management. That matrix was developed during the past months conducive to this meeting. The matrix was presented and there was guidance to move forward with an action. A motion to create an IPT and a development of options for the council consideration at the December meeting. The next one is CDR 84, yellowtail snapper in Puerto Rico and St. Thomas and St. John, and stoplight parrotfish in St. Croix. There was, we heard from Vance Vicente, we heard a report on the review panel, an overview of that. They have an SSC review plan for November for now, right? For all of the islands that are included in that CDR 84. And based on the outcomes of that, there will be recommendations that are going to be discussed in the Caribbean Fishery Management Council meeting in December. If, again, those recommendations are conducive to recommendations saying that this is good for management advice, then there would be an amendment. If that is not the case, then, that second part that says potential amendment, is not going to happen. The last one in here, CDR 91, spiny lobster, Puerto Rico, St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix. We had an extensive discussion about CDR 91 and data and management of the spiny lobster in Puerto Rico. It was also a discussion that the CDR 91 for St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix, that review can move forward. The SSC is scheduled to review the CDR 91 for St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix in September. And it is expected that in the December meeting, there will be a discussion with recommendations to the council. And then if it's appropriate for management advice, then could be, the council can work on a potential amendment to the U.S. Virgin Islands FMP, to each one of them, to incorporate this new management advice. So the last thing, I don't have any other slide, but one another thing that we wanted to bring to the attention of the council at this point is that there was the response to the request for EO, always forget the number, 14276. And yeah, thank you. I'll say it again, Executive Order 14276, and the council worked on a list of items that they wanted to, of actions that they wanted to include in this response. And there was, the staff was going to be working, putting together a work plan with listing those actions and also listing some of the challenges that were discussed during the meeting. We also talked about if there was anything that needed to be added, or there was interest of the council to adding something else to this list before the meeting was ended. Before the meeting ended, that they can do that. At this time, we may want to ask the council to consider making a motion to establish what's going to happen with this response in terms of the list that was done yesterday in the next steps.
Kevin?
Oh, and one thing, another thing that I would like to request the council is that to go through this list, and maybe we can go through a priority, because there's a lot of things in here that staff has to work with. However, we understand that some of these actions are waiting for some other things to happen before we can move forward. But it's important for the council to set that and what are the things that are more important for them for priorities. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Kevin McCarthy. So Maria, question about the timing of these assessments. So I think where we ended up, sorry? Oh, so I think where we ended up was, yes, September SSC meeting for the Virgin Islands, CDR 91. I don't know that we have, and then I think we're prioritizing finishing with some additional data examination with DRNA for CDR 91 Puerto Rico. And we don't know when that's going to be completed. So Ricardo and I are going to get together and figure out some timelines and staffing and that kind of stuff. So I don't know what's going to happen in November. But what's likely not to happen is a review of CDR 84. And I thought there was general agreement that that was the way forward. I have requested that we take some time in the September meeting with the SSC to discuss ways forward for 84, but not take any action. Essentially get some feedback. They'll have had time to read the reports and all that kind of stuff. Give us some direction of where they would like to see things go. There's some options that will no doubt come out of the reports, which I haven't seen yet, from the review workshop. And then we'll kind of figure out some timelines. But I think that the priority, as I recall, was Puerto Rico spiny lobster.
Okay, sounds good. Christina, can you go back to this is a PowerPoint, right? You can fix it. I think that's how I sent it to you. Oh, okay. So we'll just adjust it right now. So no problem. Also make sure that I capture everything how it was, but I think this is an easy fix. And then in the meantime, maybe, well, you're already here. Okay, so Kevin, yeah, that one. So Kevin, would you say then for C.84, in November, this is SSC review all, that's not happening at this time?
Correct.
Okay, so we can,
We don't know if there's, I don't know from the Science Center perspective, if we need to have an SSC meeting. I think that, we won't know that. Ricardo and I will get together as soon as we can
484.
for anything.
Okay.
Because I don't know if we'll have Puerto Rico done. It's all down to staffing. And I'm down a assessment biologist, so that really slows us down.
Okay, so Christina, if you don't mind deleting that text that you have highlighted right now. And then next to it, it says discuss recommendation, potential amendments. We're still, this is TBD, right? At this point for CDAR. You will still discuss? Sorry, Kevin, did you expect a council to be able to discuss anything about this CDAR or that's no?
December?
Uh-huh.
Virgin Islands, CDR 91, spiny lobster.
Okay, so you can take, so that you can remove all of that as well. And then for CDAR 91, it's just for the US Virgin Islands, September stays the same, correct? SSC review?
Correct.
Okay, and then for,
If I mentioned changing it, Graciela would kill me right now.
that's fine. And then for your clarification, then December meeting under CDAR 91, is that still appropriate? This says discussion, recommendations, potential amendment. This is for US Virgin Islands.
For December, yes.
Okay, can you add, after the word amendment, can you add USBI, just so to be clear? Okay, anything else, Kevin?
Not at this moment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so with that said, can we go back to the main points and the response to EO 14276? And again, if the council would make a motion to move forward with this with the guidance that was provided yesterday. Mr. Chair.
So, Andy?
Yeah, while we're waiting on that, so a couple thoughts. You asked about priorities. At least from my viewpoint, I would say the work on the framework to look at the species in the fishery management unit would be a top priority, as well as response to stock assessments that we actually have completed and ready to be responded to. The way you presented it, Maria, you have all of those kind of broken out into separate amendments. And so one of the things I think we could think about is whether or not we could combine some of those into, you know, a joint amendment that addresses multiple species where it makes sense. We can, you know, adequately describe the goals and objectives consistently with one another. So that's something we can work on. And then I agree with the recommendation. Obviously, there was some high-level input with regard to a letter that'll be sent to NOAA Fisheries with regard to deregulatory actions. You know, the Fisheries Service is not going to be the ones fully responsible for implementing all those deregulatory actions. So it's onus is on the council, if you want to proceed, to start looking at some of those. And I think it's important that we build that into a work plan. But we haven't provided a lot of details in terms of specifically what we want to look at. So that would really be, I think, the next step is if we're going to undergo some sort of review and start looking at some of our regulations, how we go about doing that, and then ultimately how we reconsider those regulations and management.
And Andy, that will be included in the response to Washington for the September somehow, that language?
So if you bring up the list that we had earlier in the week, that's what you would be providing, obviously, to Penyo in terms of a work plan, as well as other ideas that might fall outside the council's responsibilities. But obviously, there are things within your purview that you could work toward implementing. So that's what we're essentially asking is, do you want to move forward with starting to put that in the queue to work on? And then we would start steps, obviously, to look at deregulatory actions that are under the control of this council that would be part of an amendment to the fishery management plans going forward.
Christina, would you be able to put on the screen the main points in response to the EO document? Thank you.
Andy?
What's on the screen is what we discussed yesterday. That would be part of the letter that Miguel and team send the fishery service. Number one, we're working on or are in progress. Number two really is outside the scope of what we can do as a council with regard to imports. It looks like 3, 5, and 6 are items that this council could work on if we want to add those to the work plan. They don't have to be separate amendments. They can be all considered at once in terms of like a deregulatory action. And then we could begin work on that based on as time allows in our schedule and prioritize, what we would want to consider more specifically with those items. So I'm interested, if the council's agreeable to that, right, then I don't know, Maria, are you asking for a motion or just direction at this point that would include this in the work plan?
Yes. So Andy, what we would like is to have a motion that would guide staff to include these things that are included in here. So these are the items that will be included basically in that list or letter spreadsheet. If you think, like you mentioned, that there are some things in there that, like you said, number 3, number 5, and number 6, those are things that are under control of the council and something that can be done, then 3, 5, and 6 will be something that we could add it to the list of actions, like you mentioned. And then we can, at the office, figure out what would be the best way of doing that. Again, this is a plan. That doesn't mean that it has to be something that needs to be done by now, because of course, these are very general list of items, and then it will be nice if we had time to provide something more concrete at some point, but then the council will need to prioritize that. So yes, so I think 3, 5, and 6 we can add to the slide that we had before. And then number 7 is something that it's already that it's something that the council, that I think that motion did not pass. So perhaps that is something that it needs to be removed from here. Yeah. Remove. Okay. Andy.
Yeah, and I'm seeing this as like one item on the work plan that would encompass 3, 5, and 6 at this stage. And then if that action grows to be very large, we could start splitting it up. I think the question would be timing for the work plan and staff capacity, right? So looking at you, Sarah, the Caribbean team, is this something that we would want to prioritize for starting in April? Do we have some capacity to do it between now and December? I want to be realistic about our capacity.
Sarah?
This is Sarah. I think probably what we would want to do is go back to the office and see what some of the other members that would end up being on that IPT, where this might fall within their priorities too, since they do the Gulf and the South Atlantic branches as well. But for us, yes, it would probably be one of the higher priorities just for Maria and I, but we would need to check with the other staff, especially the economists.
Yeah.
We still have the question of what we're gonna tell Genio in response to his memo. So it seems that with the discussion, we have, general, let's say, language, for lack of another word, that we can fill that table and send it. And then, as Maria said, when you go back to the office, you can look at what is needed to be done, so we start the work plan. And that's follow what Andy is suggesting, I believe.
The way I view this is everything that's up on that list, with the exception of number 7, because we voted against it today, would be part of the letter to Peña, as well as, some of the other notes we have at the bottom of that. But because some of that falls outside the scope of the work we do, we don't work on sharks here at the Caribbean Council, for example, or we don't work with the import program. Those are recommendations to the Fisheries Service and other sections of the agency that would have to work on those deregulatory actions. Whereas the items that I mentioned, 3, 5, and 6, we're here to assist you in trying to accomplish those, and that's why we're asking to prioritize them. And then the question becomes the specifics of that. So we will want to come back and say, okay, well, what are the regulations that are not compatible between federal and state? Let's look at those and determine, what changes we can make. Are there ways that we can carry over unused ACL, and how would we go about doing that? So we would work through a more detailed process. And I think this is very responsive to a lot of comments I've heard from the fishermen this week, right? And the concerns that they've had about, we often regulate them, we don't often alleviate regulations that we've imposed on them. And so prioritizing this, I think, is good and important. And then we have to evaluate the need for those regulations against, the lack of essentially, needing those regulations. So if that makes sense.
So, yeah, you want that as a motion?
My suggestion is we not have a motion, and if the council's agreeable that staff will take this as direction to begin working toward more information and options that could be brought back at a future council meeting, and then we leave it then open-ended, and we'll work with you, Miguel, and team to prioritize that. I'm not seeing any opposition, so I just want to confirm that. And then we can always officially kind of put it as a motion based on bringing back some more details around how we could approach this. Does that work? Okay.
We are clear, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah. And what happens if down the road, some other ideas come up? Could that still be presented in the future? Okay, that's fine. We're good with that, I think.
And actually, Mr. Pinheiro was very clear on that at the meeting of the CCC, that this is not the end of it. This is the beginning of it. So they want to implement it. So yes, officially, they are open for any additional significant change that are deemed necessary. They are open to include it.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Christina, and thank you, Lehigh, for putting all this information in on the screen. Okay, thanks.
Cristina Olan, for the record, I have a question. Can I share the updated presentation? Can I share to the briefing book the updated presentation? Yeah, okay, thanks.
Okay. So next on the agenda, we have the enforcement reports. We're gonna start with Puerto Rico DNER.
Yes, good afternoon to all of you, and thanks for the opportunity. Today, to me, is the first time that we have the DNR commissioner connected through Zoom, and the DNR secretary is also connected but by YouTube. And for me, this is the first time, so it's something that I wanted to share with all of you.
Ricardo, sorry to interrupt. I'm having a little bit of trouble with the presentation of PowerPoint that
Yes.
has the videos. Do you prefer that I can share the one that is in PDF? Or Lehigh is telling me that she can help me on that. Thank you. ¿Qué me pasa? A ver, ¿la tienes ahí?
So you're gonna get help for that, or you want me to decide?
I'm gonna be uploading it.
All right.
Give me a
perfect.
minute.
Thanks. Okay, let's give 5 minutes or something like that.
Voy, es de Puerto.
The Secretary Nelson is connected with video, so we can see you. Thanks for being here. I mean, he's also the subsecretary of DNR. We have two positions. Sí.
Uh-huh. Okay, so if the commissioner or the secretary would like to say a few words, you're more than welcome. The floor is yours.
Okay, we're back again. Again, thanks to the Subsecretary and Commissioner Nelson Cruz and to the Subcommissioner Edwin Rodriguez and the DNR Ranger Yamire Perez, I was able to prepare this presentation for you today. As you can see on that small movie or clip, you can see about over 40 lobsters that were seized not by a ranger, but by the commissioner. The commissioner stopped a vehicle in the road. He saw that the vehicle, it was like a pickup truck, was full of lobsters and have like an igloo cooler also, and the cooler was also full of queen conch. And when he stopped the driver, he found that some of the lobster were too small. So he seized all the lobsters and the queen conch, and now the person is in a process of interview to see what was going on. The person that was driving was not a fisherman. It was just a person that was transporting the lobsters and the queen conch. So this is under investigation as we're talking. Next, please. This is usually the table that I provide to you in every meeting. In green, you can see the Law 278, the Puerto Rico Fishery Law, and the regulation on fisheries, the Regulation 7949. You can see some numbers that I highlighted with yellow because those numbers are extremely high compared to any other presentation that I have given to you. We are talking about 529 cases of Puerto Rico Water Navigation and Safety Act, 50 cases of the regulation on fisheries, and 210 cases of regulations for registration, navigation, and aquatic safety in Puerto Rico. And probably you will ask yourself why these numbers are so high on this season. And I make to myself that question, and the answer is multifactorial. We have multiple factors. We have a new secretary with a new commissioner, both with new strategies. And we also have a vessel in each of the maritime unit, new vessels. And for many years, we didn't have that opportunity to have that kind of equipment available. We also have many jet skis, vehicles, and the DNR commissioner just said to me by WhatsApp that please consider that we have 300 rangers now, and they will be all available to work not only with wildlife and fisheries, but he wanted the rangers from wildlife also to be able to work with fisheries. So he have some suggestions at the end of my presentation. Please, next. You can see this in this figure. I also highlighted the two laws that are more important for this council. And you can see that number 50, that is way larger than in previous presentations. And I am comparing there for the same season, 2 more years, and for the previous season. And you can see the big difference. Please, next. In this slide, you can see how the DNR Rangers, in company with the Coast Guard, they are following some of the vessels to interact with the fishermen to see what's going on, right? And that is those in both clips. Those are done in the easy zone, in the exclusive economic zone. So it's over the 9 miles, okay? We have also worked with FURA and with Fish and Wildlife, with the Coast Guard, with NOAA, and they are trying to make like a task force in Vieques in order to increase the surveillance in that zone, in that area. We have 2 new academies, and that is also important to take it into account. With 2 additional academies, we have more eyes, more people in the field trying to make the enforcement. We are talking also about having about 8 drones with each one with a pilot and with thermal vision, which will be used not only in for terrestrial purposes, but also in the water. DNR will be trying to get surveillance and evidence from those drones that could be pilot from the road, from the coast. So we don't have to be in the water in order to follow what's going on in the water, in the ocean. And that is completely new to us. Please, next. We also have a new unit of rangers that will be concealed. They will be working in vehicles that are not rotulated. We have 2 of those in Arecibo, 2 in Mayagüez, and 2 in Humacao. In this case, this intervention was with 3 persons. One was a female in the getaway car, and 2 were fishermen fishing from the coast. When the rangers went closer to them, they didn't want to move out of the water, so they followed them until they have to. And they were very tired. The commissioner was there personally. And as you can see, they have lobsters that were ripped full of eggs, and that is illegal. So everything was seized. And at the end, the 2 persons were not documented. They didn't have the documentation to be in Puerto Rico legally, so they were arrested. Please consider that they have 83 queen conchs and 10 lobsters, and they were swimming from the coast. They were not in a boat, they were not going far, and they got so many lobsters in a few times. Please, next. Okay, this was the first intervention that I talked to you about, 47 lobsters, many of them very small, and a significant quantity of queen conch. When I talk about this with Vanessa, he explained it to me that the amount that you can see there is because the person was more of a dealer or transportation. He was collecting all these lobsters and queen conch from different fishermen and was transporting this all these animals to the restaurant. And that's why you see such a big amount. Next. In this case, the fisherman was a commercial fisherman using nets, and you can see how many snooks he catch. Obviously, he was very close to the river, and some of those snooks were too small to be legal, so everything was seized. You can see the net in the picture below, in the small picture below, and other fishes that he catch in the cooler. That was in Loíza. Please, next. In this case, was a rescue. So DNR rangers are not only following criminals or people that might be criminals. In this case, they were rescuing a big turtle that went under a cave and get into that crevice. and they have to pull it out and try to move it below the cave so the turtle can went to the water again. And that was Sergeant Toro from Cabo Rojo, and he was off duty at that moment when he received the call. And with our uniform, he just moved with the biologist and other rangers and immediately did that rescue near the lighthouse in Cabo Rojo. Please, next. Okay, you can see in the left picture, that is the commissioner being careful with the person that was tired because of swimming for such a long time, trying to avoid the rangers. And you can see in those bullets some of the words that the commissioner told me during this week. He has been writing and talking to me very often. That is not common. I can feel an honor to be in this position. So this Monday, the commissioner expressed strong interest in improving species identification capacity among DNR rangers, especially those from non-marine units, for example, the wildlife units. He wanted all the rangers to be able, if they are close to the beach, if they are close to the coast, to be able to identify the fishes. And he's asking if it is possible for NOAA or for the council to try to consider to make an application or a computer program in order for them to easily identify the species, especially those that could be very confusing. He also explained to me that they already have the computers. All what they need is the program. Also, if we can provide them with additional materials like calipers and these materials to measure the fishes, they will love to have that and in order to do better their job. So support from NOAA will be instrumental in scaling these tools and ensuring effective, consistent enforcement across all division. Next. On that small clip, you can see the turtle moving down the big rocks through the cave in order to get to the beach. I put that there because I found it nice to see. And you can connect to us. You can see there our emails and our telephone numbers. And that is the end. If you have any question, I'm here.
Yeah, Augusto Santiago for the record, Ricardo, for the fish ID, I think the council and Cristina or Miguel can correct me if I'm wrong. We are in the fish app, right? Fish rules. It's an app that called Fish Rules. The council is in there and half of the size limits and everything in the Caribbean. Also, we have the guidebooks that we made too. And I have been distributing them to a lot of rangers around the island, and also the stickers that we made. Yeah.
Is that application ready to be used and it can be used in a computer? Or in cellular phone?
Android and Android cell phones.
Only in cell phones.
Okay, yeah, it can be used in computer and cell phones.
Okay,
Yeah.
I will like if
Fish rules. I will send it to you.
I would like if we can make a small meeting with the commissioner to explain to him what we have to see if with that application we can comply with what he needs. What I'm looking right now is with that application they will be using their private phones, right? They doesn't have a phone from DNR, but we can talk about that later.
Yeah, and just to specify, it has federal and state regulations also.
That's excellent. Thank you.
Any more questions for Ricardo? Comments? And none. Thank you, Ricardo. And we have, well, we don't have anything from DPNR enforcement, so we'll go to US Coast Guard.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Test? No? Yes? Good? Good. Thank you. My name is James Butler. I'm from the Enforcement Division over at Coast Guard Sector San Juan. I want to start by saying it's been an absolute pleasure to be here and witness this process going on. I have a slide to present. It's not quite as robust as Mr. Lopez's presentation, but I am armed with a script here to read to you all on the enforcement activities, fisheries related from Sector San Juan since the last meeting. Seems we're a little out of focus.
Is that my slide? Okay. So if you allow us a moment, I can upload it from my computer. I think it's internet issues.
Of course. Perfect. Thank you. All right, from Coast Guard Sector San Juan. While Sector San Juan's patrol boats are primarily responsible for alien and drug interdiction, the Coast Guard's fast response cutters have effectively enforced fisheries regulations by strategically aligning their illicit trafficking patrol vectors with the key living marine resource areas, including Bajo de Sico, Tourmaline Bank, and Abrir la Sierra Bank, and the waters surrounding Desecheo, Mona, and Monito Island. This alignment allows Sector San Juan to maintain constant force projection and a living marine resources boarding officer present in the vicinity of these regulated areas 24/7 with an underway law enforcement presence. For example, the Coast Guard cutter Heriberto Hernandez patrolled the Hind Bank Marine Conservation and Graminique Bank area, providing a visible enforcement presence. And in May, the Coast Guard cutter Joseph Napier conducted 5 marine boardings in the west by northwest region of Puerto Rico, all of which resulted in no violations. In addition, the enforcement efforts, Sector San Juan has hosted a Caribbean Living Marine Resource Boarding Officer training on April the 28th, and this training equipped 17 personnel with knowledge of applicable federal regulations, species identification, and relevant procedures. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments for the Coast Guard? Julian?
Yeah, Julian McGrath for the record. I know the Coast Guard is responsible for repairing the lights on the buoys, the navigation buoys. And we have an issue with 2 of them in St. Thomas for a while now. The Buck Island and St. Thomas, not St. Croix. The light hasn't been working for months. And also the light and the propane, the propane mothership that used to moor off the south of St. Thomas, right at the beginning of federal waters. It's right in federal waters. That light hasn't been working at all either. So I don't know if there's anyone that you can reach out to from your sector. You know, us as fishers, we know where they are, but there's a lot of boat traffic in that area. So thank God we haven't had any instances with any one hidden, but I think it's a great concern.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for the question. Speaking as a non-expert in aids to navigation, I can tell you that the team that services the aids in the Virgin Islands is located out of San Juan, and I absolutely have their contact information. So if we could meet offline and you could give me the details for the specific aids, I can get that moved on to the relevant teams in San Juan.
Vanessa?
Yes, thank you. Julian, we have the same situation a couple of years ago in the West Coast. And what we have need to send an email to the contact information that he will bring, specifying what are the issues with those. And they have every year for the same time they go around. So just need to check if it's enough time or bring the email and that they don't pass for the next year, that situation. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Noah O'Reilly?
Mr. Chair.
Oh,
We have a comment in the chat from Nelson Cruz. I want to read it for the record. We are really proud and glad to be part of this project, referring to the presentation that was given by Ricardo Lopez. We hope to have you in Puerto Rico soon, and I want to take a minute to thank Ricardo and Darien for their great job. Thanks, Nelson Cruz.
okay, thank you. Next is Noah O'Reilly.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Miguel Borges, Special Agent with NOAA, Office of Law Enforcement. Okay, here's a short presentation. I know it's one of the last ones, so it should be pretty quick. I'm gonna talk a little bit about trainings, cases, and some enforcement updates. So we've done some training in this period. One of them was with the U.S. Coast Guard Living Marine Resource Training, which is their fisheries training. Let's go back a buck one. That's their fishery training. I went for 1 day. It's a very good training they do. It's a 3-day training. The Coast Guard does. I will go for 1 day and give federal regulations, case package, trends, etc. Also in the DNER Academy, that thankfully they have another one right now. So we're glad to see new officers for DNER. I went for 1 day as well and gave my presentation on case packages, federal regulations. Very glad to be there. So also I want to inform about port inspections that we've done, seafood imports at the seaport. I've done several inspections of spiny lobster, yellowtail snapper, lane snapper, and several others. We have cases open right now of the SIMP cases, which is the Seafood Import Monitoring Program that was briefly talked about yesterday, which requires some traceability paperwork from the importers to be held and to be given to NOAA. So we have open cases on some SIMP cases. Okay, go ahead next, please. And other cases that some are ongoing and some have been already, we've issued some fines are conch cases. We have one a fine has been issued already. We did another case on deepwater snapper in closed area. That one had 25 deepwater snapper in the closed area. That fine has also been issued. And we have several ongoing cases of egg-bearing lobsters and conch in the EEZ. These cases have been in part with conjunction with Coast Guard and with DNER. One of them was directly referred to us by DNER, so I could attest to what Ricardo said earlier, that they've been more active and working and doing more patrols on the water. So we're glad to see that as well. Okay, go ahead next. Some enforcement reminders that we wanted to give also is that the Queen Conch closure, it's closed year-round in almost all the EEZ, except east of St. Croix, which is closed right now as well. The Dolphin Wahoo regulation that recently came into effect on July 25th, just a few weeks ago, that regulates the Mahin Wahoo by size and back limit for the recreational. Also, another reminder is about the fish traps. We mentioned here as well that they have to be properly labeled with a labeled buoy, and if not, they can be removed from the water. Okay. Just a reminder for that. And next, and that's all our presentation. If you have any questions, we'll be glad to answer them.
Great, thank you. Any questions for Noah or Ellie? Hearing none. Thank you. Next, we have advisory body membership.
Mr. Chairman, the committee, the council, as you know, met in a closed session yesterday, and they have 4 recommendations, and the way that we do it is we open this to a motion, and then you accept or not the recommendation of the group. Diana has
For the DAPS,
have the list of the recommendation, and she will read it all for the record, or you would take it one at a time. But at this time, please allow her to read for the record each one of the recommendations from the group.
for the DAPS, for St. Thomas DAP, there are 2 seats available. James Craiglow will occupy open seat left by Anthony Blanchard.
If they decide to.
Huh?
The proposal is, remember, we have the chairman, a long time ago, the council approved that when we have the term of a council member expire, we allow them to participate in the appropriate DAP. In this case, Mr. James Kirklow accepted to be member of the DAP St. Thomas, given that Mr. Tony Blanchard, as of August 15, will be the new council member representing that area.
Okay, also, Sinai, you said yesterday you would contact Calvin Jr. to see if he would agree to.
Yeah, I'm still in contact with him. He hasn't given me a yes or no yet, but if he does, I'll let you guys know. So for right now, that's still open and we need to find a member to fill it.
Okay, and for the St. Croix DAP, there's 1 seat available.
Sanaya and I are working on that.
And for,
So the first motion will be to accept as member of the DAP St. Thomas and John, Mr. Tony Blanchard vacancy be filled by Mr. James Craiglow. And we can also say that that Mr. Calvin Shea will be appointed subject his confirmation to meet Dr. Haptes about his participation. Is that something that can be done?
I'd say let's leave it open until we get a confirmation, and I'll let you know, and then we can review that at the next meeting or do it via email vote.
So now that you're talking, can you have a motion from you accepting the change from Tony and?
Yeah. So I move that we accept James C.C. Craiglow's position on the DAP as a member and the vacancy left by Mr. Tony Blanchard's movement up to the council seat.
Second.
Vanessa Ramirez, second.
All in favor, say aye. Any nays? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries.
okay, then for the Puerto Rico DAP, Vanessa, you agreed to contact J News to see if he is still interested in participating and being a member.
Yeah, it can be considered at the December meeting.
Yeah, it should be considered then at the December meeting. Then at the Outreach and Education Advisory Panel, to appoint Leandri de la Cruz.
Motion to appoint Andy de la Cruz.
So we need a motion.
Move that we appoint Leandri De La Cruz to the OEAP.
Second.
Vanessa Ramirez, second.
All, say aye. Any nays? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the last part, we have an ex-officio member from the Saudi Fisheries Science Center. And yesterday, the group recommended the council to accept Dr. Skylar Saragasi as the new member of the SSC of this council. Graciela, can you tell us who is she?
Yes, she's been part of the Gulf and Caribbean branch at the Science Center. And now she's with the Gulf branch, but she has participated in CDAR 57, for example. So she's been a part of the CDAR process and other stock assessment analysis. She also has a background on ecosystem approaches to management. So she comes in very handy at this time for the SSC.
So we need a motion.
Motion to appoint Skylar Segre to the Scientific and Statistical Committee.
Need a second.
Vanessa Ramirez, second.
All in favor, say aye. Any nays? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carried. So other business, we have a letter to the CFMC on the use of fish traps in the Puerto Rico EEZ by Mr. Edwin Font. The letter is going to be read by Nelson Crespo. Or just to mention that the concerns from Font.
I think you want to read it. I can see it.
No, but you can tell us the essence of the letter and we can
Okay,
consider the letter as submitted.
The features from the northwest side of the island come to me because they have a concern regarding traps that was dropped in the area we named the Corona del Sur. And they are really concerned because this is an area that the fishermen used to fish early in the morning and late afternoon for the water snapper, but for the rest of the day, we don't usually fish it there because we consider that area as a nursery. And that those traps are not allow the fishermen to develop their job. And also, it is a problem for the navigation because we have a situation with the hard winds. One fisherman get tangled, the engine get tangled with one of the traps, and the lower unit of the boat blow up, and he have to be towed to shore. Also, as I mentioned, is danger for the navigation, but those areas are also an area that is a very important area for pelagic fishes. Charter fishers, recreational fishers, also commercial fishers develop that area early in the morning, to catch bait, to catch mahis, wahoo, or related to pelagic species. And because those traps are, set in the middle of it is crossing the Corona del Sur from one way to another, interrupt the activity from other fishers. So they are really concerned for many things. And the worst part is that they are concerned is those traps are killing the juveniles. Because, and the worst thing is that the Corona del Sur is an area recognized for hard currents. And if one of those traps get lost, it's gonna be a silent killer. I'm gonna kill as many species that you cannot imagine for we don't know for how much time. So we request to this council, to implement the same regulation we have in Avera Sierra and put a restriction for the bottom year in the Corona del Sur, just to avoid, the drop of traps in this area. Also, the letter was signed for around 6 fishermen association and fishermen village from the northwest side of the island.
Miguel?
So in essence, the letter requests the council and the DPNR, DNR Puerto Rico, excuse me, to prohibit the use of bottom line gear such as traps over those reef of concern. And you don't have to decide it now. It's just for you to, do you want to consider that as part of, the possible amendments? Thank you, Kevin. So, that's it. ¿Lo que van a hacer? ¿Le hacemos caso o dejamos para?
So I don't know how much people have interest in prohibiting the use of those traps in that area to protect the habitat.
Well, it's territorial waters. No, it's federal waters.
Federal.
So it's federal. It's both. Okay.
Abrir la Sierra is federal, Tumalini is federal and local, mostly local. And Bajo de Seco is federal and local.
The coordinates he put in the letter seems like it's boxed in entirely in federal waters.
So that's a tourmaline, that's Abrir la Sierra. These are federal waters here. There is a little bit of territorial waters up here. If that red, it's also included in the, and I think that this is also EEZ. So I do have a question of clarification, if I may. So is this a group of people who are fishing this area, or is this someone specifically who's putting the traps out there?
To our best understanding, there is only one person who is dropping the traps in this area. In the past, we usually see traps in that area, but not that many as now. That's weird. We want to protect because it is true that when we are fishing hook and line, maybe we can catch some juveniles when we are searching the big ones. But can you imagine the amount of traps in this area, the huge amount of juveniles that are going to be killed when you put all those traps up?
So my next question would be, are there any other unmarked traps or other people fishing in the area? So that would be something for enforcement to address. And the second thing would be, there is already regulations in place regarding the size and shape, et cetera, of the traps.
But one of the issues the fisherman has is that the deployment of those traps is legal at this time. So they wanted to consider first if this is true or not. And that's for the council to, the staff, we can look at it and report back at the next meeting. And then if it's true or not, that is not a prohibition for that activity within the area jurisdiction of the dinner. And just that.
Ricardo?
Yes, I do the exercise in my office. I took the coordinates that Nelson provided us, and one of the corner was the it was the closest to any territorial waters, and it was in the Seychelles. I believe all the square is I'm not a geographist, right? But I believe all the square is in federal waters. My question for Nelson, if he can clarify and provide us more information, is about the legal issues in that activity. Is there any evidence? Is there someone that have seen those cages that are not following the regulations of federal waters? Like, are they taking the cages out and being vigilant of those cages that are doing the work correctly, or they are leaving those cages there without any supervision? As far as you know, what's going on?
No, in reality, the person have at this moment with the status quo, he have all the rights to to drop the traps in the area, and the guy have the buoys and everything. The problem that we are bringing here is that it's a problem for navigation. That area is considered for the fishermen from the northwest side of the island as a nursery. We want to protect the juveniles that are in this area, and also it's a problem for the navigation because the amount of traps is a considerable amount of traps. I drop a line that's supposed to be on the other side, but when I looking for the for the map, I have it in the opposite side, but the yellow line maybe reflects the way that the traps cross from one side to the other. So fishermen cannot troll because the traps are in the middle. The water snapper cannot fish because, to avoid the gear get tangled. And also, I guarantee you that all those traps are catching small fish, the fish that we are protecting for so many years that the fishermen are support the snapper unit one closure, close season. And now all that works can be lost because one guy like this is dropping that amount of traps that catch the juveniles that we pretend to protect to keep fishing, for the upcoming, generations. It's so sad,
Andy and then Graciela.
So I feel like I don't have enough information, right? And I don't want to proceed with an action until we get more information. And so my recommendation is the council staff working with Ricardo, his team, Nelson, others to gather more information about the specific issue. I'd like to understand, is he really bringing up undersized fish? Is that a major problem? Get a better understanding and handle of the navigation issues, the ability to obviously move around in this area. So I feel like we need more time to discuss this and would suggest we bring this back as we have more information at a future meeting.
Graciela.
So the only area for which you have a complete prohibition of setting traps is Bajo de Seco. So that right there, anything within that area, and that's both state and federal, there should be no traps whatsoever.
In addition to Bajo de Seco, Graciela, I think we also have a prohibition of all bottom tending gear in all of the areas. So Bajo de Seco, which is chair jurisdiction, and then we have Abril La Sierra and Tourmaline as well.
But we are not, there is nothing in Tourmaline and there is nothing in Abril La Sierra. So in this case, it's Bajo de Seco that can be looked at immediately, because if there is any traps fishing there, they should be removed. That's something that it's
Yeah, I suggest to follow the guidance from Andy. Let the staff collect the information, look at the regulations that we have in place. So we will know and we'll all be on the same page to determine what we were talking about. And that can be done in the next meeting or the following meeting. But at least this way you have all the elements of judgment, all the information that you need. So I suggest, Mr. Chairman, you don't need a motion for this. You just follow what Andy said, and the staff will talk to Nelson, Ricardo, the appropriate people, so we get the information at the next meeting. And also, we need to look at the applicable regulation at this time. So we'll have both section, the whole information for you to decide the next steps. Miguel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Miguel Borges, law enforcement, no law enforcement. So two things quickly. When we got that information a few months ago, I coordinated with the NER and they did patrol the area because like Graciela and Mr. Miguel, director, correctly said, so far, nothing illegal has been said or been alleged here. It's legal for them to fish with those fish traps there. The only thing they have to, as long as they follow the marked buoy, like I said in my presentation, is if they have a marked buoy correctly labeled, then it's legal. If it's not, then I can remove them. But we did up to 2 patrols with the NER verifying if there were traps in the area. So far, we haven't found any inside the Bajo de Sico. All the 3 protected areas are closed to fish traps year round. Like Graciela said, yes, the closest one is the Bajo de Sico. Nonetheless, we'll continue to do the patrols in that area to see to make sure they're not inside the closed area and that they're properly labeled. If they're not labeled, we will remove them. So that's it. Thanks.
Nelson?
I'm pretty sure that the guy right now is not fishing that area because he's in the States. He removed all the traps because he fished there for seasons. So he fished that area for a few months and then moved the traps to another area.
Vanessa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to make some points in here, I think that maybe this will be addressed to Miguel. I feel that it's more that he needs more education. He's practically 2 years commercial fisherman's coming. He lives already here in the West Coast, but as Nelson explained, he go for the season to go harvest in the States for crabs. So I already know for the information that Nelson provide, he's a commercial fisherman from Cabo Rojo. The boat is in the association, so maybe we can arrange as soon as he came back a meeting so you can explain to him. But yes, he have all the permits and everything that the law require. I think that is more that he don't recognize the area or the value of the area for the other fishermen, and it's something that we can get a meeting with him as soon as he came back. I can provide you the name and the phone number. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay, Ricardo?
Yes, another thing, Ricardo Lopez for the record. Another thing that we can do is we can look for the statistics of this fisherman. And if we have the measurements, we can estimate the size distribution of what he's catching. Why I'm saying this, because let's say that we talk to him and he stopped fishing there, but what stopped other fishermen to do the same thing in the future? And that is the concern of Nelson. And that brings us the next question, which I believe is, should we protect those areas where there are juveniles? We don't know the answer for that question, but it's something to think about.
Miguel?
You know, I was talking to the translator and it's too late. Can we just drop this until December or some other time that we have enough information? Okay.
Okay. So we have a 5-minute comment period, public comment? Nobody here. Okay. So. Okay, so this brings us to the end of our 187 Caribbean Council meeting. Sanai?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, just one comment on the record. I made a mistake earlier in answer to Tony's question regarding the ACLs within territorial waters in St. Thomas, St. John. It's the same in both districts and territorial waters. It's only in federal waters that it's a 0 ACL for the St. Thomas, St. John district. Conch, yeah. So I just wanted to make that clear on the record so there's no confusion.
Yeah,
Graciela, de esa vaina para diciembre.
okay, done?
No, next meeting, very quick.
Yeah.
Next meeting, the agenda, the next meeting will be St. Thomas, December the 3rd and the 4th.
Okay, so next meeting, December 3rd and 4th, and St. Thomas. Hybrid and in person. So I wanna thank our translator and his staff for all the good work that they do for us. I also want to give a special thank you to Christina for all the hard work she does with the social network, and Leah High for keeping us straight on the screen. And also to Roberto Font, our IT guy back here. He does some good work for us. Alberto. Okay. So the meeting adjourned. Have a safe trip.